is.
Hold no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Today is Thursday, June 9th, 2022. Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. Breaking news out of Maryland. Another mass shooting at a business. 3 people are dead. So is the gunman. We'll give the details on that particular story. Out of Michigan, prosecutors are charging a Grand Rapids police officer with second-degree murder for shooting Congolese immigrant Patrick Lyoya in the back of the head during a routine traffic stop. In Houston, police say attorney Ben Crump lied about the gunshot wound of Jalen Randle, the one that he suffered from a cop. Crump actually represents his family as well as the Lyoya family. The U.S. Justice Department, they're launching an investigation into Louisiana's state police as more evidence shows the agency turned a blind eye to troopers beating black men, including the deadly 2019 arrest of Ronald Greene. We'll preview tonight's primetime January 6th hearing that Democrats say will be explosive and show America exactly what happened when domestic terrorists tore apart the U.S. Capitol trying to overturn the 2020 election. In the House, they passed a resolution condemning the Great Replacement theory. 205 Republicans vote against it. And a California businessman is suing the U.S. Postal Service after it seized shipments of face masks bearing Black Lives Matter slogans. We'll talk to him and his attorney. Folks, it is time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
All right, folks, breaking news out of Maryland where 3 people are dead, 1 person injured when a shooting took place at the Smithsburg manufacturing facility. First of all, law enforcement officials are still putting together details of exactly what took place. Again, this is a factory in Maryland where, again, 3 people were actually wounded. The suspect was shot at the scene of this particular crime. And so it has been quite a busy day. We've had numerous mass shootings in this country for the last few weeks. Of course, there was Buffalo, there was Uvalde, Texas, and there were shootings that took place in other parts of the country as well. All of this is happening while Congress is doing what they're doing when it comes to, actually not doing anything when it comes to gun control. The House, they've actually done their part. Unfortunately, we are not seeing we're not seeing the Senate actually move on that as well. And so again, what actually took place there. Again, 3 people have been killed, 4 others wounded in this particular shooting in Maryland. So we'll give you more details as they become available. As I said, police were shot. Police say suspect was shot at the scene. This is a photo from the New York Post here. Shows you the facility there where the shooting actually took place. Again, 3 people are dead, 4 people are wounded. Also dead is the shooter as well. Folks, we continue to see lack of leadership in Congress when it comes to gun control, when it comes to legislation. What we're seeing is that we're seeing a failure of Republicans to stand up and do anything about guns in this country. Now, supposedly they are negotiating with Senator John Cornyn and others, but the reality is don't expect the Senate to take up the bill that was actually passed in the House. The House passed a bill that would raise the age to 21 to be able to purchase a gun. Now, Mitt Romney, a senator from Utah, he has actually come out and said that he is in favor of doing that. But remember, you still need those 60 votes in the Senate to get anything done, because you have 2 Democrats who will not end the filibuster. And so this is a story that is in Politico. Conservatives lay off Senate gun negotiations. They're sort of laying low, not blasting anything until they see what actually happens. Again, the House has already passed their particular bill, but the Senate is not expected to pass that particular bill. I want to bring up my panel right now to talk about this because, again, what we continue to see in this country, we're seeing a failure of leadership. Here's Dr. Larry Walker, assistant professor, University of Central Florida; Reese Colbert, founder of Black Women Views; and Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies at Howard University. President Joe Biden was on Jimmy Kimmel's show where they talked for about 20+ minutes. And this is what Biden had to say about whether he would use executive orders to deal with guns.
There have been, 27 shootings at schools? But I guess, I mean, just to get into it, why haven't we done anything about this?
Well, I think a lot of it's intimidation by the NRA. And look, this is not your father's Republican Party. This is a MAGA party. It's a very different Republican Party. And so you find people who are worried, I believe, that if they vote for rational gun policy, they're going to be primaried, and they're going to lose in a hard right Republican primary.
You an executive order. Trump passed those out like Halloween candy.
Yes, sir.
I did. Isn't that something that could happen?
Well, I have issued executive orders within the power of the presidency to be able to deal with these, everything having to do with guns, gun ownership, whether or not you have to have a waiting, all the things that are within my power. But what I don't want to do, and I'm not being facetious, I don't want to emulate Trump's abuse of the Constitution and constitutional authority. And so, and I mean that sincerely, because I often get asked, look, the Republicans don't play it square. Why do you play it square?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If we do the same thing they do, our democracy will literally be in jeopardy.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
not a joke.
All right, that sounds fine, Reese, but in reality, what we are seeing are Republicans in Congress who backed up what Trump did when he was in the White House, and so they wield power. They wield it.
Period. And you know what, Roland, I would disagree with you when you say that the Republicans are failing to lead. They are leading. The problem is their leading is obstructing any kind of progress and actually radicalizing this country by rolling back rights, rolling back protections in every single state that they control. This is not a hypothetical situation. They are racking up wins after win. So Republicans totally excel at leadership. The problem is they are just at odds with what a majority of this country leads. And so that's what the Democrats have to realize. This is not inaction. This is obstruction that we're dealing with. And I don't believe that they're scared of the NRA. This is their fail-safe. Republicans have been for decades leading up to this moment. They are preparing for a time where their 99% white voting electorate is going to be the minority in this country. And so they're doing everything in their power to disenfranchise, to gerrymander, to take away as many rights as possible, to pack the courts. They did that with Trump and McConnell. And all we're doing right now is playing defense, playing catch up, and trying to stop the bleeding. And unfortunately, we just aren't being as forceful enough as we should be. I understand the limits of presidential power, but it rings a little hollow when you talk about our democracy dying. If you do what Trump did, our democracy is already dying. It's dead for many people in many states. In Louisiana, they have to redraw the map. But guess what? In Florida, their map stands. That has taken away 2 Black districts. And so I definitely challenge the notion that there's some nobility in trying to keep up the norms when the Republicans have said to hell with it. We are going balls to the walls. We're going to pull out every stop until we're back in power completely. And when we are back in power, you can kiss this whole thing called democracy goodbye, what we have called democracy, because that's really what it is. It's just a label at this point instead of a real institution. And so wake up to the situation. If you have an executive order and it gets batted down, so be it. Deal with it when it comes. But this lack of ability to push the envelope is going to just continue to rack up more losses and further disillusion people who are looking to the Democrats to do something. And you can explain the nitty-gritty about civics and this power and this branch and that branch, but that message is not resonating with the large swath of this country that you need to turn out in the polls in November.
Larry Reese mentioned Florida and that particular point there, where Governor Ron DeSantis said the hell with what the legislature was doing. He would draw his own maps. Republicans control the Supreme Court there, and so you're Republicans that control the legislature. And so when you control all the levels of power, you can do what you want. And we see the Florida Supreme Court said, yes, his districts will stand. His maps will stand.
Yeah, Roland, and the interesting thing about that ruling is it's inconsistent with the state constitution. But, Reese talked about, in terms of power play, and you referenced it before, it really doesn't matter what laws have been passed previously. It's strictly a power play. So you talked about what's happening, obviously happening in Florida and the current map and essentially negating a Black congressional district. And then obviously we continue to extend and talk about the lack of effort, particularly obviously in the Senate, in terms of, try to hopefully identify some kind of comprehensive bill that addresses the issues of these mass shootings in the United States. But I'm not hopeful anything is going to happen. I also want to connect it to what President Biden talked about in that TV interview. And I've said before about that he's often too nostalgic, and he needs to really put on some boots and really get to work and forcing folks to do the work that needs to be done. He talked about not trampling on the Constitution, and no one's asking him to do that. But what they want to do is since the beginning of his presidency, is more of a sense of urgency. And obviously, he gave a speech last week, which is important. But we really need to see Congress members, not members of Congress, members of the Senate, hold their feet to the fire in terms of passing comprehensive gun reform. Because what we'll do, Roland, every week when we come together, we'll be having these conversations about these mass shootings. Obviously, the one you described in Maryland just happened within the last hour and a half or so. But this is tiring, and we need the work to get done. Also, let's remember that we have an election in November, and President Biden's poll numbers are in the tank. And we are likely to see a switch in the House, some changes in the Senate. So we really need to get something done, like I said a few minutes ago. He really needs to hold, and obviously Republicans, but also Democrats, the 2 Democrats you described, to change the filibuster so we can get some work done, not only in terms of gun reform, but obviously in terms of passing the John Lewis Act.
Here's the thing here, Greg, to Larry's point. Biden keeps talking about, this is not your dad's Republican Party, your grandfather's Republican Party. Guess what? You better be living in 2022. So, again, there's this hearkening back to what it used to be. That is gone. It is gone. I mean, it's sort of like when somebody's wife or husband leaves them, and you're like, yo, they ain't coming back. And you can sit there and flip through albums and look at pictures and old videos, but that life you had, that's gone. And so it seems that, Biden is still sort of hoping that something magical and mystical happens to where it returns. And even before Trump got there, the Freedom Caucus was there. Before that, the Tea Party was there. It ain't been that Republican Party when he was the vice president for Obama. So, bruh, that was 2009. It's been 13 years. You might want to wake the hell up.
That's right. Yeah, and before all of them, the Spanish came. Before that, the English came. Before that, it was George Washington. In other words, there was never a time. We shouldn't be looking backward at all. This is a violent enterprise. While these folk were being shot and several of them killed in Maryland, about 75 miles north of Baltimore near the Pennsylvania border, we were taping a Juneteenth edition of The Black Table with Gerald Horne. You know, our brother Gerald Horne, who is just, I don't know how he does it, just produced a 600-page book called The Counter-Revolution of 1836, where he's talking about Texas. He opens the book with a long discussion of violence, with the attempt to exterminate all the indigenous people of the place and to enslave Africans way past June 19th, 1865. Now, what does that have to do with what we're talking about right now? It has everything to do with what we're talking about right now, because what the White Nationalist Party doesn't grasp, because they don't really look at history, is that they can pass all these laws. And I think Reese just gave us a very succinct and brilliant layout of what's going on. But there are unintended consequences. What the hell do you think is going to happen when you rip up any notion of legal protections? The Supreme Court is getting ready to overturn a New York state law that's over a century old that's going to make it very easy to walk around in New York City with guns. And when that happens, California is going to be faced with an issue. There are about 7 states, Maryland is one of them, that have strict gun control laws that are going to be attacked after the Supreme Court does its work. That packed Supreme Court that Reese just talked about. Now, California is one of those states. There are about 120,000 Californians with concealed carry permits. But you know where most of those people are? San Bernardino, Shasta, Fresno, Orange, Sacramento, and Kern counties. And you got law enforcement officials there, because it's up to the discretion of law enforcement officials to give out those permits, who are handing out applications to people to apply. L.A. and LA County, which is about a quarter of the population of California, they have less than half of 1% of all the concealed carry permits. And there are two, according to a recent New York Times article, in the whole city of San Francisco. Now, what does that have to do with all what we're talking about? There's a culture of violence here. The culture of violence says exterminate anyone who doesn't look like you to protect whiteness. That is the history of Texas, and in many ways, the history of the whole criminal enterprise called United States of America. When they consolidate power, and the White Nationalist Party has done that. I mean, we see that feckless ghoul out of Kentucky saying that you must protect Brett Kavanaugh at all costs. Damn those children in Uvalde. And, you know, hey, I'm very happy about that, because you see what is happening at this point is they think somehow that the rest of us respect the law more than they do. That is a tragic mistake. If no one else understands power in this country, it's Black Americans. So the minute you take away all of the barriers to prevent people from getting guns, guess who will then say, well, let me go get my gun? It ain't going to be them white people that already got them in them 5 counties in California I already talked about. It's going to be them cats that say, I don't know about politics, but all I know is I got to protect myself. I should say one other thing. I spent the morning with some students from Minneapolis and St. Paul, some high school students who are in town. And I had my mask on. And I asked them, is Minnesota safe? Because you were talking about, you know, Mayor Locke and George Floyd. And one of the young guys said, is middle school safe? Then they all started laughing because they couldn't hear me through the mask. But that opened up a conversation. You know how terrified young people are in this country right now of loud sounds, of arguments they hear going on. And they talked about how they don't feel safe in this country. Well, guess what? How long before the parents of those young people say, we don't feel safe? So maybe we should start shooting first, since the police shoot first. Unintended consequences. You're not going to win what you think you win by ignoring the rest of us.
Indeed. Folks, got to go to a break. We come back. We're going to talk about the case out of Michigan where a cop being charged with second-degree murder. He's already turned himself into authorities. That and more on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Folks, download the Black Star Network app, available on all platforms: Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Also, please join our Bring the Funk fan club. With every dollar you give goes to support our show. We're asking 20,000 of our fans on an annual basis to give a minimum of $50. That's $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day. Some give less, some give more. We appreciate every dollar. Checks and money orders can go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. And of course, Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Let me shout out Ann Williams, David, Ronald Pierce, Lizelle Thomas Connors, Cordell, Angie, also known as Mocha Mima, and William Smith, Donald Rush, Donald White, Lenrita Farmer, for Jeffrey Carter and Zelma Hale for their contributions to our Bring the Funk fan club. We'll be right back.
Welcome you to the launch of the Mass Poor People's Low-Wage Assembly and Moral March on Washington, D.C., June 18, 2022.
We are a new, unsettling force, and we are powerful. A new, unsettling force, and we are here.
We're rising up to demonstrate the compelling power that we, poor and low-income people, have to reconstruct society from the bottom up.
And we need to do it with the loudest voices possible, the biggest actions possible.
Because we know that there is no scarcity in this land. The only scarcity is the moral will to do what's right.
Hold on, just a little while longer.
We are those with sub-minimum wage jobs who can't afford sky-high rent.
People with disabilities are the fastest growing minority group.
It's crazy to me that in 2021, it's still legal for workplaces to pay a sub-minimum wage to people with disabilities.
There are still so much trial and tribulations that we go through as Indigenous people. We can't get a decent wage to sustain ourselves, nor can we get adequate housing.
Veterans across this nation say enough is enough. We can't pat essential workers on the back on one day and then cut their health care the next day.
Health is a political choice.
What more do I need to do to prove that my voice is just as valuable as anyone else's?
There are still forces in denial that would try to slow walk our transition to a clean economy and a just future for us all.
We have an immoral system run by immoral people.
But together we walk and we fight.
It's time for a change! Reconstruyamos esta gran nación!
See, we are people of resilience. As we fight these interlocking injustices together,
when we work together, mobilize together, and rise together, we become a voice for the voiceless, and we become an agent of change in a time where great change is needed.
We need the third Reconstruction to ensure that deaf people, people with disabilities, and all people can have the right to live and to thrive.
We know what they are doing, but the question is, what are we going to do? Reconstruction begins when we change our mentality and say it's time for you to get your foot off of my neck.
Black TV does matter, dang it.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your boy Jacob Lattimore, and you're now watching Roland Martin right now.
Folks, the district attorney in Michigan today announced charges for a cop who killed Congolese immigrant Patrick Lyoya. Kent County, Michigan prosecutor Chris Becker is charging the white officer with second-degree murder. Now, folks, remember, Lyoya was shot in the head during a routine traffic stop. We showed you the video. We had his family members on. And again, that was a scuffle there when Lyoya tried to step away. This took place in April. The prosecutor announced the charges today against Grand Rapids officer Christopher Schur, weeks after this took place.
Detective Sergeant Aaron Tubergen really did an excellent job. He's done everything I requested of him, even on some of the follow-up. And so it's made a difficult situation, obviously a little bit easier to have a partner that you can work with. Based on his investigation, based on everything he has provided to me, I've made the decision to charge Christopher Schur with one count of second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is a felony offense. It is punishable by up to life in prison with the possibility of parole. As it stands now, this is merely an allegation, and as with any defendant, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. The elements of second-degree murder are relatively simple. First, there was a death done by the defendant. And then when the killing occurred, the defendant had one of these three states of mind: an intent to kill, an intent to do great bodily harm, or the intent to do an act that the natural tendency of that act would be to cause death or great bodily harm. And finally, that the death was not justified or excused, for example, by self-defense. Taking a look at everything that I reviewed in this case, I believe there's a sufficient basis to proceed on a single count of second-degree murder, and that charge has been filed with the courts as of today.
It is always surprising to us, Greg, when this actually happens, because oftentimes, district attorneys look out for police. And I keep saying this for all these people out here, and I see these people post stuff on social media, in chat rooms and others. Man, all this marching and protesting, all this stuff does not mean anything. I can guarantee you the fact that we have seen in the past several years an increase in police officers who are being charged with murder, who are going to trial, is a direct result of people going to the streets and demanding accountability.
You're absolutely right, Roland. For anyone who may have incidentally seen some of the testimony in recent weeks before the Grand Rapids, their equivalent of the city council, it's been quite striking. Citizens of all backgrounds, all races and cultures. I watched this teenage young lady who was at the microphone testifying with a number of her classmates behind her. She happened to be of African descent, but there were a number of students behind her who were not. And they blistered that city council. I mean, blistered it. And so, if anyone can say, well, that doesn't make any difference. Oh, no, you just go look at some of that testimony. Go look at some of the people said, they said, we're fed up. We're not going to have it anymore. In 2017, that Grand Rapids Police Department handcuffed an 11-year-old at gunpoint. Later on, they had 5 teenagers at gunpoint as well during that same year. And in 2020, they somebody shot a protester. One of the cops, patrollers, shot a protester in the face with a gas canister. Now, is that outlying behavior? No, the patrollers have license to kill, and they will hunt. Now, the prosecutor in this case, certainly the charge is there. Any reasonable finder of fact should be able to convict that person, but we know the patroller may get off. But the point you're making is the point to be made. These people will move as more and more of us move to end this. I would encourage people to go and look at some of that testimony before the Grand Rapids City Council.
This is why, Larry, we talk about pressure. We talk about why that is important. It was very interesting seeing this here where you had, Kevin McCarthy on the floor of the U.S. House yelling and screaming for Democrats to do something about a bill that Senator John Cornyn put forth dealing with security for U.S. Supreme Court justices. And The thing that I found to be interesting was you're demanding people move now, but you had no sense of urgency to protect citizens from cops with the George Floyd Justice Act. You're demanding people move now to provide security for 9 Supreme Court justices, but you're blocking gun legislation. And so I'm gonna play this and I want you to comment on that. Listen to this, y'all. Let me see, let me go ahead and get this reconnected. Because it's just been so striking listening to these folks. Go ahead, now you should play it now.
House Democrats are leaving. Today they want to leave for a long weekend. They gave tomorrow back. I spoke to the majority leader this morning. I told him nobody on this side would object. A unanimous consent. He could run that bill on the floor right now and send it to the president so we could protect the Supreme Court. How many times do they have to be threatened? How many people have to be arrested with a gun outside their home? What would have happened had he not called 9/11? He didn't just have a gun, he had zip ties. But somehow you want to leave. This bill could be on the president's desk right now.
And so could the George Floyd Justice Act had House Republicans not voted against it, had the Senate not blocked it.
So let's give him an Oscar, because it's just performance. Listen, when black folks were killed in Buffalo, I didn't see McCarthy go to the House floor and demand that we do something about the white supremacists that killed all those black folks. Comprehensive gun reform.
In fact, most Republicans voted against. All but one Republican voted against the bill to deal with domestic terrorism that was passed after the Buffalo shooting, including Kevin McCarthy.
And that's the message, right? We care about Supreme Court justices, but we don't care about the lives of children killed in Texas, of black folks killed in Buffalo. So we see where the priorities lie. Yes, obviously, and I understand the importance of raising the concerns regarding the Supreme Court justices, but the bottom line is, Roland, we just had another mass shooting today in Maryland. So what is McCarthy prepared to do about the lives throughout the United States that have been impacted by gun violence? Obviously, not just mass shootings, but we see other elements of violence, gun violence in communities throughout the United States. What's the plan? This is all showboating, because obviously, like you said, Roland, when it came to Republicans having the opportunity to highlight that white supremacy is not something they believe in or support, they didn't do it. When they had an opportunity to support comprehensive gun reform, they didn't do it. So once again, we see where the priorities lie for not only McCarthy, but the Republican Party. But we need, once again, this is why it's important to continue to apply pressure from voters to make sure that folks wake up and realize that if we don't force the Republican Party to change their perspective on guns and violence in the United States, that we'll continue to see photos of children, of various people from various backgrounds being slaughtered. And then it will continue over and over again. And I am certainly, as one person, tired of seeing these montages of lives lost.
And this is why, Reese, they must be confronted at every turn. This is why I believe that the families of people killed by police should call for their own White House meeting and should call on President Biden to tell Senator Tim Scott and Senator Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell and Republican leadership to meet him there and look them folks in the eye and explain why they have not moved on the George Floyd Justice Act. And here's the whole piece. I perfectly agree with security for public officials, whether they're Supreme Court justices or leadership of the House and Senate and the White House. But how about you have the same vigor to protect American people?
Well, they won't have the same vigor, because what they want to do
is insulate themselves from the radical lurch that the Supreme Court in particular is pushing this country forward. I mean, Justice Sotomayor, in her dissent on a case that was Supreme Court ruling that came out, I believe it was yesterday, talked about how the right-wing court is remaking itself and remaking America to the point to where border agents can go in without a warrant and beat the shit out of people, and you can't sue them. You have no recourse about it. And so what Republicans understand, like Kevin McCarthy understand, the urgency they have around this is the fact that the Supreme Court is sitting on a lot of very radical decisions that they haven't released yet because the PR from it will look horrible to say that you don't have to have concealed carry permits when kids are being slaughtered in schools. And when you're basically undoing any kind of protections that even the states can impose on their own citizens, the Supreme Court is embarrassed, but they're not shamed enough to ever do the right thing. And so that's what the urgency is about here. But guess what? When you don't want to protect people around the border within 100 miles of a border, which is, I believe, 60% of the population, was what I read. When you don't want to protect Black people from getting killed by the police, when you don't want to protect children from being slaughtered in schools and elders from shopping in grocery stores, then you can go to hell in a handbasket. You can be in the same boat as the rest of us. So I'm not for violence against Supreme Court justices. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. But what I'm saying is, if there's a backlash, it's a backlash that you brought upon this country. And you don't get to sit in your ivory tower and watch everything go to flames. You're going to be down here in the trenches with the rest of us dealing with the fallout.
Folks, that particular police officer, as I said, turned himself into authorities. He is set to be arraigned tomorrow. Second-degree felony murder is an offense punishable by up to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And so we'll certainly see what happens next. Now, Ben Crump is representing the family in that case. Now the Houston police chief is calling out Ben Crump, who is representing the family of Jalen Randle, who was shot and killed by cops there. The chief says that Crump made false claims regarding the death of Randle. Chief Troy Finner said the official autopsy results are pending, but preliminary results indicate there was one gunshot wound to the front of Randle's neck. Here's a statement that they released, about the independent autopsy results being released by Crump. And then the chief says, this afternoon, I met with several community leaders to brief them on false information being released regarding the fatal incident involving Mr. Randle. We respect and understand emotions and pain that families who have lost loved ones go through during these investigations. Having said that, the family attorney, Mr. Ben Crump, who I respect as an advocate for justice, is claiming Mr. Randle was shot in the back of the head. This is a false statement. To publicly make such a false claim is irresponsible. While official autopsy results are pending, preliminary results indicate there was one gunshot wound to the front of Mr. Randle's neck. Mr. Crump and his team have publicly stated and used a diagram to indicate the gunshot wound was to the back of Mr. Randle's neck. While this is only one component of a comprehensive investigation, it is necessary to correct the misinformation. I take everyone in our community to not rush to judgment and wait for the investigations to be complete. Now, we did reach out today to try to get Ben Crump on today's show, but unable to book him, and so we certainly will continue to do that to try to reach him. I actually will be in Los Angeles tomorrow with Ben Crump and his organization because they have their Equal Justice Now Awards taking place tomorrow. There are a number of people who are going to be honored, and I am one of those folks who will be honored with their Excellence in Broadcast Journalism Awards. And so, yeah, I'll be talking to Ben tomorrow. So hopefully we will get his reaction to this. Now, the Randle family says they want the officer who pulled the trigger to be indicted. Now, this is also the statement that the Randles released. Shortly after Jalen was killed, we spoke directly to emergency medical professionals who told us that Jalen was shot in the back of the neck. Randle parents said in the statement, the funeral home director told us specifically that there was no bullet wound in the front of the neck, only the back. As a family, we have been trying to find peace since Jalen was killed. It is extremely difficult to find peace when the very people who executed Jalen are seeking to discredit us and the people who have been helping us advocate. And so, again, we will be following this story through its conclusion. All right, folks, got to go to a break. We come back. The Department of Justice, they are launching an investigation into the Louisiana State Police for their actions when it comes to the killing of black men, including Ronald Greene. We'll tell you that and show you some of that news conference today by the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division. Again, folks, if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, hit that like button. We want to easily pass 1,000 likes. Also, we want you to download our app. Our goal is to get 50,000 downloads. We want to hit 100,000 downloads by the end of the year. And so this is our ability to control our own destiny. I keep telling you, it's one thing for us to stream this show on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch or on Instagram, but it's different when we actually own the product ourselves. And so that's really what our goal is in building up the Black Star Network. And so, of course, you can download it on all devices: Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. If you want to support us with our Bring the Funk fan club, you can do so. Check and money orders to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com. Roland@RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Let me shout out to folks who did send checks in. Payne Thomas, we certainly appreciate it. Donald Nash Jr., thank you so very much. Let me also thank here Melanie Tittle. She actually sends us a check every single month from her bank account. So Melody, I appreciate that. We have Baron Harper. Baron put on his check parentheses, truth be told. So Baron, we appreciate that as well. George Daniels, thank you so very much. JB Bond, we appreciate your check as well. Let's see here. Murrow Lucky, thank you so very much for your cashier's check. Thomas Lee Shearer Jr., thank you so very much. Deborah Morris Ralph, we appreciate that as well. And then Dora Savarin. Dora, I appreciate it as well. I'm going to read some of your cards in the next break. Folks, thanks a bunch. We'll be right back on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
On the next A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie, we're talking all things mental health and how helping others can help you. We all have moments where we have struggles, and on this week's show, our guests demonstrate how helping others can also help you. Why you should never stop giving and serving others on the next A Balanced Life here on Black Star Network.
We're all impacted by the culture, whether we know it or not. From politics to music and entertainment, it's a huge part of our lives, and we're going to talk about it every day right here on The Culture with me, Faraji Muhammad, only on the Black Star Network.
Hey everybody, it's your man Fred Hammond.
I'm Deion Cole, and you're watching
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Stay woke.
All right, the U.S. Justice Department Civil Rights Division, they're opening a sweeping civil rights investigation into the Louisiana State Police. Assistant Attorney General Christian Clark made the announcement earlier this morning.
There are other reports of unwarranted force after pursuits involving the use of tasers and blows to the head. Our investigation will be thorough and comprehensive. This marks the first statewide pattern or practice investigation of a law enforcement agency that the Justice Department has opened in more than 2 decades. The investigation will also involve unprecedented cooperation among the Civil Rights Division and all 3 United States Attorney's offices. The goal is to promote transparency and accountability, which ultimately will increase public trust. I'll note that this investigation marks the 75th investigation of a law enforcement agency conducted since Congress entrusted the Department of Justice, and only the Department of Justice, with the authority to conduct pattern or practice investigations of law enforcement agencies. We take this responsibility seriously. Every American, regardless of race, has the right to constitutional policing. And we know constitutional policing is necessary to ensure public trust and to enhance public safety.
Now, the investigation comes amid mounting evidence that the agency has looked the other way in the face of beatings of primarily black men, including the 2009 deadly arrest of Ronald Greene. The announcement of a pattern or practice probe comes more than 3 years after white troopers were captured on long-withheld body camera video beating, stunning, and dragging Greene on a rural roadside near Monroe, Louisiana. No one has been charged in the case. Mona Hardin, Ronald Greene's mother, will be on the show tomorrow. This is something that, Reese, a number of groups have been calling for this investigation. Normally what happens when things happen on local level, they call in the state police, but in this case, they can't trust the state police. The governor has been interrogated in terms of when he was made aware of this particular case. They initially told Ronald Greene's family that he died in a car accident, and the truth came out. We've seen story after story. But again, let me say why elections matter. For all the people out there who keep posting nonsensical stuff saying, oh, black people have not gotten this and Biden has not done that. Let me remind everybody who runs their mouth, who listens to idiotic people on social media, who were saying that Biden is the same as Donald Trump. And that is this. The Trump administration made it clear they do not want to investigate police departments. They made it clear they did not want to look into them because they said it was hurting the morale of police. And you have seen more and more examples coming out of the Civil Rights Division, now led by Kristen Clark, of this administration holding correctional officers, holding police departments accountable, and holding individuals who commit hate crimes. We've seen people who have been charged, folks who have been convicted. And so the reality is this: there's no doubt in my mind that if a Republican president was sitting in the White House, you would not have this announcement today.
Oh, 100%. So shout out to Kristen Clark. She's been doing a really phenomenal job. And, you know, I remember a lot of these representation doesn't matter kind of debates people had, people, whether it was white progressives or black people aligned with the white progressives. But I think Kristen Clark is a prime example of why it matters that we have somebody like us who's for us and by us in this position. This is the actual 5th pattern and practice investigation that's been launched by the Department of Justice. They are doing one on Minneapolis. They've launched one on Phoenix, Mount Vernon, New York, Louisville, and now we have Louisiana. And the thing that's really rare about this is this is the first statewide pattern and practice investigation over 2 decades. So this is not something that's very common. And you know that happened that.
Looks like Reese froze. Reese, you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Now we got you. Go ahead. You froze there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I was saying that this is the first time they're doing a statewide investigation in 2 decades.
All right, we're having some issues with Reese's connection. Let me go to Larry.
Listen, Roland, I was in Baltimore after Freddie Gray's murder, and obviously they had the pattern of practice investigative probe, and eventually signed a decree with the city of Baltimore. And I think one of the things in terms of why these investigations are important is they found, in terms of their investigation, that, you know, black men in Baltimore City were being stopped repeatedly and not found to have anything, you know, that was illegal. So if anything else, and like I said, I know there have been conversations about how effective these, you know, if there's a consent decree to sign, how effective they are. But I think these investigations are important because it identifies corruption, hopefully roots it out, and it will force the state of Louisiana to make changes. It shouldn't take several years after we have clear video of a black man being lynched on a highway for them to do anything about it. So I congratulate DOJ from doing this. And as you highlighted, Roland, they've been consistent in terms of investigating, various jurisdictions that are obviously not doing what they're supposed to do in terms of making sure the civil rights of citizens are being met. And once again, I think this is important. I think they should continue to do this and hold people responsible, because once again, it's tiring to consistently see black people being killed on roadsides or anywhere else. And we have to finally do something about it. So these probes are really important. Once again, it'll provide a lot of statistics about how black folks are disproportionately stopped in Louisiana. I found that black people make up about a third of the population, but they're more than twice likely to be stopped or being engaged in some kind of assault by police officers. And that's ridiculous. So I'm glad, like I said, this probe is going to be conducted, and hopefully they'll get to the bottom of this issue.
And Greg, keep in mind what you heard Larry just say there. It was the Trump administration, when they came in, Jeff Sessions, they wanted to get rid of that consent decree in Baltimore. And it was Baltimore that fought for it, and the federal judge said, absolutely not, we're moving forward. And so, again, for the people out there who say, oh, this is no big deal, no, it is something that is important, because for all of these people who say that, guess what? You ain't speaking for Ronald Greene's mama. You're not speaking for the people in these cities, in Louisville, Breonna Taylor's mother or her relatives. And so it amazes me when I listen to these people who say, oh, this is nothing, this is performative. Well, you ain't got a loved one who's been gunned down and the cops lied to you. So I don't really give a damn what you have to think.
Well, let's say it is performative. Let's say it is performative. The video you showed with our sister Kristen Clark there, flanked by those three brothers, if we certainly don't see what the optics are, guess who does? Every white nationalist in this country. You see, Merrick Garland is an underwhelming attorney general. But in this case, what we're seeing here, look at those black people standing there. Now, see, those black people have the added benefit of being something that in this country is far too rare. They are, what's the word? Oh, yeah, the law. Do you know how much fear this is exactly what white nationalists have been fighting against since they started this criminal enterprise? Now, in the case of Louisiana, you're absolutely right, Roland. You're not Larry Bowman, who got hit 18 times with a flashlight by this cop, Jacob Brown, who has tallied 23 use of force violations for Louisiana State Police since 2015, 19 of which have been black people. So, on the ground, it makes a big difference. Now, it's funny, we just passed Prince's birthday this week. You see, he would have been 64. And we all remember when Prince came to Baltimore, performed his song Baltimore in the wake of what happened to Freddie Gray and the uprising that took place there. And we all went up to Baltimore. And I know we will never forget seeing every kind of police vehicle, tanks, horses on the damn freeway. Where did all these damn police come from? But you know what they faced? They met thousands, tens of thousands of people in the streets of Baltimore that said enough is enough. So, I mean, at the end of the day, none of the societal problems we have are going to be solved overnight. And this is a long distance struggle. It isn't one election cycle. It isn't one protest. It isn't one anything. It is a long distance struggle. And as we'll see tonight with the January 6th Commission, this country suffers too many times from amnesia. And what the White Nationalist Party has done, they've decided we're not even trying to convince anybody. We are going to cape. Reese framed it beautifully at the beginning of the show. We're going to cape for what we cape for and damn the rest. Now, it's up to the rest of us to decide, okay, we're going to stop talking to y'all too. It's time to overwhelm you now. And this is just another step in that direction.
It is. And so, folks, again, what we just continue to see, folks, is just the kind of behavior that is consistent by police departments around this country continues. And then you have those people who say the George Floyd Justice Act isn't important. This is why. And again, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it, and I really don't care. I don't really give a damn if any of you fools out there, y'all do your little videos and your little bullshit Instagram post, and you sit here and like, oh, you caping, oh, you bootlicking, all of that. This is very simple. The United States Senate is 50-50 right now. There are 2 Democrats who do not want to get rid of the filibuster. So for all y'all people, and I see your little bullshit little tweets, and your little posts on Facebook, and your little IG posts, and your little TikTok videos, and your little Snapchat videos. I see all your little BS. And I can call you by names, but I won't, because that's the most attention you've ever gotten in your life. Yeah, I'm talking to all you so-called new black media people who I never seem to see show up at anything black. But y'all love talking your mouths, love running your mouths on YouTube and Twitter and social media. Here's the thing. For all the things that you claim you want, tell me how you're going to get it. I'll wait. Tell me exactly how you're going to get the things that you claim that you want if you do not change the very people who are in place. Dallas Mayor Ron Kirk later became trade representative for President Barack Obama. Ron's one of my golf buddies. Ron's like, Roland, all that other bullshit don't mean nothing unless you can count votes. And when you can count votes, and you got the votes in your pocket, that's when you know you won. So if I sat here and did some math, and I said, if the same people who love to post and tweet and run their mouths would actually use that energy to push Sherry Beasley in North Carolina, she'll be the next United States Senator, which means you can take one off the board for the Republican Party. And if Fetterman, and there's some issues with Fetterman, but I'll take a Fetterman over Dr. Oz any day. That now takes another Republican off the board. Wisconsin's primary is going to be coming up. The person leading on the Democratic side is Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. So imagine if Mandela Barnes takes out Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. That's 3. You got that fake MAGA fool, J.D. Vance in Ohio. So imagine if black folks and others in Ohio support Congressman Tim Ryan. That's 4. And imagine if Democrats in Florida get their act together and Val Demings knocks out Marco Rubio. That's 5. Imagine if black people and poor white folks in Kentucky will stop voting against their interests and voting for Rand Paul, would instead support Charles Booker. That's 6. And imagine if the same black people running their mouths, including some folks based in Louisiana, would use the energy to register black people between now and November to support Gary Chambers. You could take out Senator John Kennedy, that fake talking fool there as well. That's 6. You protect Warnock in Georgia. You protect Nevada, New Hampshire. And also, you could potentially take the seat in Missouri. What I'm laying out is, if folk actually put the work in, the Senate could potentially look like 56-44, 57-43, 58-42, 59-41, dim to Republican. Now, Manchin and Sinema don't control the show. But some folk out there love to tweet about what folk not doing, what they should be doing, and who licking boots, and who doing that. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to be the same people posting and tweeting if Republicans control the House and the Senate. They're going to be the same ones saying, oh, look at this here, we cause Democrats to lose. Now what they're going to do, and while the Republican Party is running a train on you, Yes, I said that for a reason. While they running a train on America, you're going to be sitting your happy ass there on social media saying, see, look what I told you. All the while, get nothing that you claim you want. But go ahead and play around with that America. Because, see, I can already pull the story up and show you how the Republican Party, they are already planning. Y'all think I'm lying? This is political right here, y'all. They are already planning. Look right here. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna show you this here. Just in case y'all think I'm lying. Just in case y'all think I'm lying. They already planning what investigations they're going to launch when they take control in 2023. Y'all, they're already planning it. They're going to give Marjorie Taylor Greene her committees back if they take over and she wins in Georgia. They're going to fully endorse and support these white supremacists. But y'all go right around and keep playing. Go right ahead, keep playing. And then rerun this video. Then when I say hashtag, we tried to tell you. Because we're trying to tell you right now. But as they say, fuck around and find out. Maybe you understand that language more than anything else. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, you'll hear from Elizabeth Davis. She left a flourishing career in the construction industry to build her own business using her same skill sets. And oh, by the way, now a multi-million-dollar business.
Every day I was looking at my numbers rather than looking at them weekly or monthly. When you're first starting your business, my recommendation is look at your numbers every day, because are they balancing out each day? If they're not balancing out for 3 days in a row, that means your week is going to be off.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
I'm Dr. Greg Carr, and coming up on The Next Black Table, we're speaking with Dr. Lucius T. Outlaw Jr., master teacher and philosopher. He takes us on his journey to discover and celebrate Black philosophy.
From my undergraduate years at Fisk all the way through my PhD, I was never in a philosophy class where I had a professor who was a person of African descent, nor assigned a text written by a person of African descent, ever.
How he pushed back at those who said there was no such thing, and got us all thinking about what it means to be Black. That's on The Next Black Table, exclusively on the Black Star Network.
Hey, fam, Patrol Grooming is a men's grooming company that delivers on their promise every day to men everywhere. Everything we do, every product we make is designed to help you present your best self. It's a promise they've kept since 1991 when they first introduced the Bump Patrol brand, the #1 men's product for a smooth, bump-free shave and silky skin. Millions of customers count on their exceptional skincare products, which can be found at more than 30,000 retail stores in more than 50 countries around the world. Now you can have exceptional beard and skincare products that are as unique as you are. Fellas, as we prepare to go back out into the world with COVID restrictions being lifted nationwide, it's time to get our groove back and lose that scruffy look. Visit www.patrolgrooming.com to order a Patrol Grooming box and use this discount code, #Roland30, that's #ROLAND30, for a 30% discount at checkout. And we certainly appreciate Patrol Grooming being a partner with us at Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network.
We're all impacted by the culture, whether we know it or not. From politics to music and entertainment, it's a huge part of our lives, and we're going to talk about it every day right here on The Culture with me, Faraji Muhammad, only on the Black Star Network.
Hi, I'm Eric Nolan.
What's up, y'all? I'm Will Packer.
I'm Chrisette Michelle.
Hi, I'm Chaley Rose, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Out there, and we are listening to Trump. You're the boss. It's sad. It's sad. Let the people
We love you guys. Take it easy.
It's an 11-month investigation with the American people. The committee reviewed more than 135,000 documents and interviewed more than 1,000 witnesses, including Trump advisors Jared Kushner, his daughter Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Rudy Giuliani, and former Attorney General Bill Barr. The committee wants to prove former President Donald Trump was at the center of the illegal conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. What else should we expect to learn from tonight's hearing? Joining me now is Michael Sozan, a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, where he focuses on democracy and government reform. Michael, glad to have you on the show. Already, Republicans are trying to say that this is, well, they've been saying it since it was formed, an illegal committee, that they are unjustified. They've got the communications arm of the Republican Party, Fox News, saying they're not going to show the hearings at all. Is it too late, though? It's 11 months for it took place on January 6th, but is it too late? Has it already been baked in the minds from your perspective in terms of how people just feel about this? And Republicans are saying, hey, focus on inflation, focus on gas prices, focus on baby formula. Americans don't care about January 6th. Your thoughts?
Roland, thanks for having me on. No, I don't think it's too late at all. I think that, of course, it's taken a while for the committee to really dig in and do its investigation. You threw out some really good figures there about, those figures show how deeply this committee has been doing its work. It's had the key staffers on the committee themselves used to be former prosecutors. So they've been taking their time to uncover as many facts as possible. And they're going to start weaving the facts together for America tonight. And I think that the majority of Americans are going to go into watching these hearings with an open mind. They're going to want to see how the facts come together. They're going to want to connect the dots. And then they're going to want some accountability. Now, of course, as we know, a big portion of this country, 30 or 40%, maybe the Fox News followers, are largely shut off to this. But that still leaves 60% of the country that's going to be following it, that's going to be discussing it. And after these hearings happen over the next few weeks, and after America learns about the true depths of this conspiracy and how to keep it from happening again, it's going to start conversations everywhere. And hopefully that will have a ripple effect. And hopefully that will start to change some minds of people who we didn't expect to change their minds. But we're starting off with a vast reservoir of people who really do want to know what is going to be revealed from these committee hearings.
Again, what's interesting to me, this continuing effort to discredit it, is because the people who are trying to do discrediting, they literally are still in power in the United States House. I was just talking about why we've got to vote in November. These people will be in control, in power, chairing committees, Speaker of the House. These people, they will be in control.
Yeah, they will. And they've already, several of these MAGA Republicans have already said that they're going to, if they take over the House, they're going to impeach President Biden in the House. So we know what they're already planning and what they're already cooking up. And that just links into this larger ongoing conspiracy, this effort by Trump and his MAGA allies the extremist part of the Republican Party to engineer the results that they want. They tried to do it in 2020 throughout the presidential election cycle. This really came, obviously, Trump and his allies started doing this before actual election day. They did it through election day. They did it through January 6th. And this is an ongoing effort, an ongoing conspiracy where we're seeing Republicans, extremists in many states changing their state laws, enacting voter suppression laws, election sabotage laws, taking a number of other steps. We've also seen how a number of Trump's extremist allies are actually running for office and becoming their party's nominees, like Doug Mastriano, who is the Republican nominee for governor in Pennsylvania. So this is all part of an ongoing plan that I think is really going to be illuminated through the course of these hearings. And I think it's really going to help answer the question about how to bring accountability. Most importantly, how to keep this from happening again. I don't really care which party tries it. If Democrats try it in the future, then they should be held accountable for it as well. But if we don't get our hands around this and really see that MAGA extremists are pulling a lot of levers to try to take control of the House, the Senate, and especially the presidency in 2 years, our democracy is going to be in trouble.
Also, I keep trying to explain to people that they cannot forget what Trump was complaining about. He was complaining about the votes in Fulton County. That's Atlanta, black people. He was complaining about the votes in Milwaukee and Wisconsin, black people. He was complaining about the votes in Detroit, Michigan, black people. He was complaining about the votes in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, black people. So when Donald Trump was whining and complaining about the election being stolen, what he was saying to his white supporters, look at what those black people stole from us.
Yep, I completely agree. And, you know, I research and write about democracy issues and election issues as my full-time job. And what I've been saying for a while, and I know that you and many others have been talking about this as well, Trump's entire effort, along with his allies, was really an attempt to stop the emergence of a vibrant, multiracial America. And they absolutely are trying to they were reacting to the protests a couple of years ago around the murder of George Floyd. We've always seen this backlash whenever there's been some sort of progress. But this backlash is very much about trying to keep the emergence of a multiracial society. I think they are very scared of what they saw in Georgia, which elected 2 Democrats and President Biden. And that's why this is all part of a big plan to be able to nullify the votes of millions of Americans and overturn valid election results when they wanted to. And I'm afraid that this could continue in the future unless we really get our hands around this, because this goes to the core of our nation. This is the core of what makes us a democracy, which is people should have their right to vote and have their votes count, and to not have leaders overthrow valid results. That's why this should matter to every American.
Yeah, and what we have to understand is that these people, and I've been saying this, which is one of the reasons, look, my book is coming out in September called White Fear. They do not like the browning of America. And so they cannot stand the fact that you have an increasing number of black people and Latino people being elected to office. They can't stand that. And so therefore, this notion of they are taking America from us, so therefore we must take it back. That's all this whole Make America Great Again crap is all about. They cannot handle the new America.
That's exactly right, Roland. And that's why, you know, there's obviously the MAGA wing of the Republican Party has become the dominating force in the Republican Party. And thank goodness that there are some reasonable Republicans, some pro-democracy Republicans in the party still. And, you know, whoever would have thought that some of us would be heralding someone like Congresswoman Liz Cheney as a pro-democracy warrior. But she is an example of somebody who's willing to stand up to the MAGA extremists who tried to overthrow or tried to block the peaceful transition of presidential power. And I feel like there's got to be some sort of alliance amongst progressives and independents and pro-democracy, reasonable Republicans who are not part of the MAGA faction. Because if that doesn't happen, then these extremist MAGA politicians, Trump and his allies, are going to continue to do whatever they can. And all they have to do is mess with the election process in just a couple of swing states where their candidates are running. Again, for example, in Pennsylvania, where Mastriano is running. All they have to do is put in some secretaries of state who oversee the elections inside of states and throw some of the elections towards Trump or the Republican nominee's way. And that's why these hearings are going to be so valuable, because it's going to shine a very bright light on those sorts of tactics. And I predict and hope that Americans are going to rise up and say, this can never happen again.
Greg, I'll start with you. The hearings start in less than 45 minutes. Greg, from a value standpoint, what do you think it will provide to the American people?
Well, I have no idea. I don't think there's such a thing as the American people. I think we have the attention spans of fruit fries. I think I was watching Adam Schiff yesterday talk about the fact that they hired a television producer, a film producer to try to get the message home.
James Goldston, the former president of ABC News.
Yes, and so, I'm listening to you, Mike, and I read the article that you wrote in The Hill last week about dark money. And just thinking about the primaries, we saw all that money that was poured into the L.A. mayor's election that swayed people's opinion. The guy who's running against Karen Bass is telling bold-faced lies. We saw how mass media said, well, they took out the San Francisco progressive DA, and San Francisco sent a message to America. And when right across the bay in Oakland, a black woman as progressive or more than him won her primary, and in Contra Costa, another black woman as progressive as him won as well. I'm wondering tonight how we take on the fact that there is no American people. This is the problem Joe Biden has. So I guess I would ask a question, Michael, of you. When we talk about reasonable Republicans, the reason Fox News isn't showing this tonight is because they live in a different world and they have declared war. At what point do we say us versus them and stop chasing this fantasy called the American people? I know Schiff and them going to try to produce this tonight for people to watch, but people not going to watch. And the money is being poured into people, even the ones who can be convinced, are being convinced away from their interests, and the people who are holding on to white nationalism are clinging to it, and they can never be persuaded because the thing they fear the most is including the rest of us. I mean, at what point do we just say enough and we just got to fight for this, and there's a us and a them in this?
Well, I agree. It's a high hurdle here because a lot of people have retreated into their own camps, and you've got the whole Fox News audience who might not even see any of this. But I think it's incredibly important for Congress to be doing this bipartisan investigation to really lay down to make the factual record for history. And I've got to think that with a lot of the country watching, and polls have indicated that over 60% of Americans are open. They want to watch these hearings. They're open to considering the evidence, connecting the dots, hearing what this conspiracy was all about and how to make sure it never happens again. I've got to hope that that's going to create some sort of national conversation. And I agree that even as splintered as we are, hopefully the media can focus on it. I mean, look, we remember back to the Benghazi hearings, right? Those were as partisan as you can get. But the Republicans just stuck with it for years, and they made Hillary Clinton come and testify, in fact. And she did. She testified for approximately 11 hours. She went and answered their questions. But they just kept talking about it over and over again, and it seeped into the public consciousness. And the mainstream media covered it nonstop as well. So that's what my hope is here, is that there's enough conversation around this amongst enough of these splintered groups that there are going to be some repercussions from this. But at the tail end of it, if we haven't moved any Republicans, any MAGA Republicans, especially out of their camp, then I agree that Democrats or progressives really have to move forward with the narrative that's going to come out of this hearing, which is that this is a deep-seated conspiracy amongst Trump and MAGA Republicans, and it's still going on, and we need to do everything we can to stop it. And people need to vote accordingly.
Reese.
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't say that Liz Cheney ain't shit. Okay, she made one halfway decent decision, but she is still a complete enemy of everything that Black people need from an elected official. She voted against the domestic terrorism bill after the Buffalo massacre. She also voted against this great replacement theory, condemnation, even though she tweeted about how thoughts and prayers, whatever the hell she says. So fuck her. But as far as these hearings are concerned, I would be very surprised.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just had to put that out there because it's still Roland Martin Unfiltered, okay? I just have to represent. But anyway, as far as these hearings are concerned, I hope that they're entertaining. I really do. I hope that there is something really just captivating. I'm encouraged to hear that there's professional movie producers or whoever the situation may be, child, because people want to be entertained right now. If it's not entertaining, nobody gives a damn. So the more theatrical, the more performance, the more captivating, the more juicy, the more tantalizing it is, the better. If this is a serious little proceedings that go on and it's dry and boring, it's really going to fall flat, okay? Just like the Mueller report did. So the bottom line is where the attention span of this country is right now, the Democrats have a very high bar to clear. Fox News folks ain't watching it. OAN people ain't watching. We ain't going to get no MAGA Republicans. But if we do get people to recognize the severity, as your guest pointed out, of the Secretary of State's elections that are coming up, of the way that there have been people who are forging electors, trying to put forward forged electors for Donald Trump, and how much is at stake going forward, not just in 2024, but in these midterms, maybe then some good will come out of it. But the reality is that anything as appalling and shocking as anything that's going to shock and appall us is a feature, not a bug for the Republicans. It is a blueprint for them. And I highly doubt that they will be less emboldened to try this the next time.
All right. You want to follow that up?
Well, again, I agree with so many of those comments, and I think that this is going to be a high hurdle to change minds of MAGA Republicans. That's not going to happen. But I just really feel that these, hopefully, as you said, these hearings are going to be well produced. They're going to be gripping. They're going to cause conversation. They're going to allow Congress to create a record for history about these things, about these crimes, this conspiracy. And I think that will all be helpful, even if it's at the margins. It's important to do, and it's important also to get accountability. If this can help put pressure on Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice to bring charges against people, maybe even Donald Trump, that's another beneficial aspect that could come out of it. So I'm going to stay optimistic right now, but still absolutely know about the high hurdles that exist in front of us.
Larry.
Yeah, Roland, I think one of the things we have to do is acknowledge all the work of Chairman Thompson from his decades ago as alderman in Mississippi to today. He was the right person to put in charge of the committee. But the other thing I want to highlight is kind of what Reese talked about in terms of of Americans. I think that this way it's playing on national television at night. It reminds me a lot of these reality TV shows. And one of the things I worry about with Americans is that if there's no twist or turn or kind of definitive moment where they're shocked, that it will fall on deaf ears. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out tonight. Like many Americans, I have no idea how this is going to go, but I'm assuming there's going to be at least one significant moment where the committee shares some information that Americans didn't know about, particularly as it relates to President Trump. But it is a tall task, and it will be interesting to watch.
And I agree. I think there are going to be some twists and turns in there. I think there's going to be some very compelling witnesses along the way. They've looked at 140,000 documents and interviewed 100,000 people. There are going to be some things revealed that we don't know, and hopefully the committee will piece it together in a way that is absolutely compelling for the American people.
All right, then. Michael Sozan with the Center for American Progress. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, folks. A Michigan Republican gubernatorial candidate faces several misdemeanor charges for his role in the January 6th insurrection. Ryan Kelly, an ardent defender of Donald Trump, was arrested today in western Michigan. Kelly's participation in the insurrection is documented with photos of him in a baseball cap trying to rally the pro-Trump crowd. He is one of 5 candidates on the August 2nd Republican primary ballot. The winner will face Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer in November. Folks, you heard Reese mention the Great Replacement Theory. There was a resolution that was put forth by Congressman Jamal Bowman that was voted on today in the U.S. Congress. It's no shock that Republicans did not support it. Now, this is what he tweeted. I just passed a resolution condemning the Great Replacement Theory for the first time in history. The resolution passed 218 to 205 in the House. I received widespread support from the Democratic caucus. That was the first tweet. There were a series of tweets that he actually sent discussing that. Now, again, I keep telling y'all, all House Republicans, and yeah, 2 Democrats voted against the resolution. Who are the 2 Democrats? Find out, please. Bowman stood firm on his stance against the hateful rhetoric. This is what he said today.
It takes 2 things to kill multiple people whom you don't even know. It takes hate and evil in someone's heart and a weapon of mass destruction in their hands. We know we need gun control. We also need to fight against hate in all of its forms to truly build a multiracial democracy, the one that we all want so desperately. Racism, anti-Semitism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, homophobia, and hate in all forms are choking at the promise of our democracy and regressing us into tribalism. We are so much better than that. In Congress, we must treat both the issue of gun control and the root causes of hate. The Great Replacement Theory believes that only white people are responsible for progress in our society, and that the growth of a multiracial and multi-religious society is a threat to white people's existence and the health of our nation. This has spread and infected the minds of so many. It is a conspiracy theory used to stoke racially motivated violence all around the world, from Charlottesville to Christchurch, New Zealand, and recently Buffalo, New York, where a white supremacist wrote a 180-page manifesto citing this conspiracy and then drove more than 200 miles where he carried out a mass shooting in New York, not in the South, in New York State. These are no longer fringe elements of our society. The Great Replacement Theory has gone mainstream thanks to right-wing Republican pundits like Tucker Carlson, who mentioned these theories more than 400 times on the most watched news network in the country. Top Republican leaders use it as a political weapon. It now threatens our very existence as a democracy and as a society. Our lives and our sense of safety are threatened. Nazi thinking, veiled as political banter, can no longer go unrecognized and condemned by our nation's legislative body and by the Democratic Party. Our response must be strong, and we must demand accountability.
Who voted against the particular measure. Some Democrats complained with the lumping of this into the gun control legislation. Representatives Elisa Slotkin of Michigan, go please, come on, show it up please, go to my iPad. Representatives Elisa Slotkin of Michigan and Jared Golden of Maine, they voted no. Now, Golden previously opposed gun legislation that was passed in the House Slogans said her vote was to protest the way Democratic leadership had lumped the gun control measures together in one package. But again, just so y'all know, Republicans are real clear when it comes to this whole issue of great replacement theory because it appeals to their white nationalist base. That's just the reality. All right, folks, got to go to a break. We come back. We'll talk about strange story of how the post office pulled products that had Black Lives Matter on it. Really? Now they're being sued. We're going to discuss that next on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Don't forget, folks, to download the Black Star Network app, available on all platforms: Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, and Samsung Smart TV. Come back me over here. Folks, those of you who sent in some letters and stuff. First of all, let me thank Perry Eccles for our check, and Tanya Robinson for the money order. Thank you so very much. We've got, Liz, I love this here. Got a money order here from Bernice Parrish. She said, keep building up Black voices. Thank you. And so I love how she said, boom, she put in how much she's paid, what her balance is. And so I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And I told y'all that our supporters give to us in many different ways, and we appreciate every single dollar. Let me see here. There's a money order here from Dr. Karen Cudge. She says, thank you for expressing the best perspectives of Black people on your show so eloquently. I'm still moved by the ideas you expressed following the Chris Rock slap incident. I especially appreciated how you spoke to brothers directly and gave an example of how Will Smith could have handled the matter while defending his wife and acknowledging the pain of Black women related to hair issues. Your wisdom is rare and deeply appreciated. In close, please find another token of support. And so we certainly appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Let's see here. We got a long letter here, y'all. They sent in some photos and they sent in a check as well. So this is Betty Knowles. Betty, I appreciate that. And so let's see here. So Betty sent us like family photos. Who is this? This is Jeremiah. And so, okay, y'all gonna like this one here. So, okay, I gotta do this one here. I gotta walk up to the camera. So, Jeremiah. So this is a pretty funny one here. Okay, Anthony, No, I gotta do it a separate way. So I gotta do something different. Hold on. Y'all gonna get a kick out of this one here. Reese, I don't know if your baby do this. I don't know. So it looks like when we're on the show, Jeremiah is all up on the TV screen watching Uncle Roro do what he do. So Betty sent in the photos showing me how Lil Man is all up on the television when we are live. So Betty, so Jeremiah is 1 year old. See, I told y'all got to get him young. That's how you keep him for a long time. So I appreciate that. Thank you so very much, Betty, for sending these photos of Jeremiah, and hopefully y'all are watching the show as we speak. All right, folks, got to go to a break. We'll be right back.
A powerful movement is rising across America.
From the Mississippi Delta to the Apache stronghold.
From the homeless encampments of Washington State to the coal fields of Appalachia of West Virginia.
We are the 140 million poor and low-wealth people in this country, and we are building the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival.
On June 18th, ahead of this year's midterm elections, while the Congress is still in session, we will hold a mass poor people's and low-wage workers assembly and moral march on Washington to arrest the attention of the nation, to put a face and a voice on poverty and low wages in this country.
This is a watershed moment for justice and democracy in America. There are those who say that transformative change isn't possible, but history teaches us that it is precisely in times like these that people must build a broad and deep movement from the bottom up.
We must compel this nation to repent, to lament, and to see the realities that have been hidden for far too long.
On June 18th, we will come together to lift the voices of the poor and low-wage workers who know that change is not only possible, it is essential for our survival.
We will make the connections to show how systemic racism, poverty, ecological devastation, the denial of health care, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism and white supremacy are hurting us all. We will show the nation the faces of Americans who cannot afford to go back to normal.
We will detail the policies that can move us toward a society that works for everyone. And we will pledge to go home and build power for transformative change in this year's election and for years to come.
Because the question should have never been, how much will it cost to address poverty? The real question is, how much is it costing us not to?
Somebody's been hurting our people. It's gone on far too long.
And we won't be silent or unseen anymore.
Join us in D.C. on June 18th.
Build with us for a third reconstruction in America. Visit poorpeoplescampaign.org.
What's up, y'all? I'm Will Packard.
Hello, I'm Bishop T.D.J.
What up, Lana Well, and you are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, folks, welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered. Now, in Arizona, a Trump-backed U.S. Senator candidate assaulted a man in a Black Lives Matter t-shirt at a GOP event. Watch this.
Put down your phone. No. Hey, get him out of here. Hey. Out. You can't hit a woman. What the hell's wrong with you? Who do you think you are? Move.
You know what? I'm a retired policeman. Your conduct is appalling.
Masters claimed the 73-year-old protester punched a woman moments before the recording, and he had to intervene. This is the same Black Masters, Blake, who blamed gun violence in America on Black people. Yep, that's the same one. And of course, there's no shock that that's who Donald Trump has endorsed for the United States Senate. This is one of the 4 seats Democrats hold right now that they are trying to hold on to in the midterm elections. Yeah, that's today's Republican Party. Just so you know. You see right there how people really get all bent out of shape when it comes to Black Lives Matter. We've seen people actually try to paint over images on streets where they have it. Just outside of our studios here in Washington, D.C., we're on Black Lives Matter Plaza, and some have called for that to be taken up. Well, a California businessman is suing the U.S. Postal Service for seizing boxes containing Black Lives Matter masks. Renee Cadone's shipment to demonstrators in St. Louis, Washington, D.C., New York City, and Minneapolis were labeled seized by law enforcement in 2020. Renee is the owner of Movement, Inc. He joins me from Oakland, California, along with his attorney, Jaba Aveli. Hope I got it right. Jaba, did I get it right?
It's close enough.
First of all, go ahead and pronounce it. I'll go ahead so we can get it right.
It's Jaba Ashvili.
Siju Ashvili. Okay, Jaba, we got it. All right, then. So you're with the Institute for Justice in Arlington, Virginia. Okay, so Renee, what happened? You were shipping masks. How did they seize them?
Well, actually, that's a question we would like to know as well. It was a typical order. I've been shipping with the Postal Service for many years at that same post office. We were shipping masks right at the beginning of the raging pandemic to protect communities that were out there protesting the police violence against unarmed black and brown men in our communities. And, it was just face masks that we printed for the BLM movement.
And so they seized them. And so how long did they hold them? And what reasoning did they give for this?
Well, I think they held them for about 24 hours, but the way that we had shipped them, they were supposed to arrive the following morning. So because the protest began the following day, so holding them for any amount of time and delaying them really put our community at risk. But in terms of the reasoning that they gave us, the post office said that they resemble packages that could have been unmailable material, whatever that means, and that they were going to high drug traffic areas. I mean, I think everywhere in America can be considered a high drug traffic area.
So masks were going to a high traffic area. I don't even know what the hell that means. Jabba, your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So, just to even find out this information was a long haul for Renee. He had to submit, Freedom of Information Act requests, appeal, how much of those requests were then redacted. But ultimately, what we learned through the Postal Service's own internal notes was that they had no legitimate reason or or any actual suspicion that would justify these seizures, right? Their own notes say, like Renee mentioned, that the packages were being shipped from one high drug area to another. Now, frankly, that could apply to just about any large city, or maybe even just about any city in the country. The other justifications were just as absurd. They said that the reasons were that the boxes were taped on all sides. So again, that could apply to just about any Amazon package that we all get every day. And they said that the masks were sent by a frequent shipper of packages, which again, that could apply to any small or large business in the country. So at the end of the day, even crediting the Postal Service's own explanations and internal explanations for what happened here, this was an egregious and blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment's protections against unreasonable and suspicionless seizures and searches of personal property.
So their explanation again and so are they suggesting that your suit is without merit?
Well, they haven't responded to the suit yet. We filed the suit last week. They have 60 days to file a formal response in court to the suit. So we'll see what exactly they say in response. But frankly, what we're expecting is not a response on the merits, a response that tries to justify their conduct. What we're expecting is them to invoke various court-created immunities that protect federal officials from lawsuits at all. Many people have probably heard of qualified immunity, which shields law enforcement and other government officials from lawsuits and makes it really hard to sue them. Well, in a situation like this, where you're suing federal officers, there's an added layer of immunity known as Bivens immunity. So what we're expecting them to do is invoke various kinds of, essentially non-merits-based justifications for why this suit should be tossed out.
Renee, have you had any issues with your packages since?
Well, we really don't use the Postal Service anymore. There's other private shipping companies that we prefer to use now because of this.
All right, then. Well, look, we will certainly keep us abreast of what happens in this particular case here. It is still strange that there was a mask and all of a sudden there was a problem shipping them. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right, Renee, Jabba, thank you so very much. All right, folks. It's a story out of Tennessee that I've found to be quite interesting and weird, and that is the only black-owned radio station in Tennessee is at risk of losing its license from the Federal Communications Commission. The FCC is threatening to revoke Joe Armstrong's license for WBJF after Armstrong failed to report his conviction for falsifying tax returns. Armstrong's lawyer, Andrew Ward, defended Armstrong in this statement. He said this conviction has nothing to do with the station, and we believe it is an injustice to use this against him. He continues to provide a valuable service running WJBE, which is important to the community of Knoxville. He served his probation successfully, paid his fine, and had his civil rights restored. He has done everything the criminal justice system has asked him to do. Now, Armstrong revived the radio station in 2012. Owned by James Brown in the 60s and 70s, WBJF was the only black-oriented radio station in East Tennessee. Now, what's strange here, Larry, is that they say that he didn't note this on subsequent paperwork about this tax issue. But this is not like it was a violation of indecency standards. So, you know, I can get it if you say we'll issue a fine, but literally snatching the license?
So I guess Republicans wouldn't consider this an overreach because it just doesn't add up. And so, as the attorney highlighted, the two issues are not related. In addition, you highlighted, Roland, that this station plays a critical role as it relates to the important topics, relaying information to the Black community. So this station is a community jewel. And as you highlighted before, it's been around for decades. So once again, this is an overreach by the government, and it makes absolutely no sense. I'm sorry to hear that they're trying to take the license away, but I'm hoping some federal officials will, send a letter to find out what's going on and support efforts to make sure that he can keep his license and the station can continue to provide a vital resource in the Black community.
Reese?
Yeah, when did the FCC start doing anything again? I haven't heard about shit that they're doing. So this whole dims the rules situation when it comes to a Black radio station is very convenient. So this definitely just seems excessive, and it's in the public interest to have a Black-owned radio station operating. And so hopefully the owner, you're not supposed to falsify documents. I understand that. You're supposed to follow the rules. I understand that. But at the end of the day, this is a major factor in terms of Black-owned radio. And so hopefully they do the right thing on this one, because we know that there's Donald Trump, goddamn, didn't pay his taxes, and he has all kind of tax shit, and he's still off somewhere getting Secret Service protection, living his best life. So I think they can go ahead and find somebody else to have the license, or whatever fine they have to get through, do that, because this is definitely excessive.
Greg.
Yeah, I agree. This is where we have to, the word you used earlier, pressure, is very important. It's extremely important. Is he being persecuted? This is a guy who was a Democratic state rep in Tennessee. They convicted him in 2016 of making a false statement on his 2008 tax return because he had failed to disclose some income based on selling some cigarette tax stamps that wasn't illegal to do. And then he filed later. He paid, for what he had done. And then he filed later in terms of FCC filings related to the station. And he filed a little late. And you look at it and say, well, this is kind of a technicality. Why are y'all drilling down on this? And you can't help but think it's political. And parenthetically, the previous story that you covered, Roland, talking there about the brother from the West Coast, you heard the counselor evoke the Bivens rule. This is what Reese was talking about. This is what Reese was talking about at the beginning of the show, the Egbert versus Boulay decision that the Supreme Court put down yesterday, on the Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search and seizure. I'm raising that to say that, as the government begins to or continues to kind of try to protect itself from doing whatever the hell it wants to do, whether it be federal border agents in terms of the application of Bivens in that case, or in the one we just heard, opening your mail and having somebody pay for something that they already paid for in terms of the post office, or in this case, having something else that we paid for, namely federal oversight in terms of the FCC, used as a cudgel against a Black man in East Tennessee with a Black radio station, you can't help but sit back and think to yourself, is this a matter of the rules, Or is this just a matter of politics being played? And so whereas Congressman Barbara Lee intervened in this post office case and they forced them to at least say, well, your package looks suspicious, which got them a step further, or whether in this case, we need to put the hammer down on whoever is over the FCC and perhaps get some members of Congress to write some letters over there on behalf of one-time Representative Armstrong. We've got to get involved in the political process and put pressure on people because this is patently absurd.
Yeah, and again, folks, and understand the FCC governs all broadcast licenses. So we're talking about radio stations, television stations. They don't govern cable. And so, y'all, pulling of a license is extremely rare. I mean, it is very, very rare when that action is taken in this country. And so we'll see what happens there. I got to go to a break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about this Georgetown professor who acted a fool over Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. They suspended him, then he got reinstated, then he quit, then he went over to the Manhattan Institute with a whole bunch of other racists. So we'll tell you about that. And Reese, you may have to stop cussing because when Betty sent this letter, this is what she said, that the little man, Jeremiah, she said, I have a granddaughter who has a 15-month-old son. She works at night, and I take care of him. Night she works. He's an energetic and intelligent boy. He comes running when he hears your music. He loves to look at you on your introduction to your show. His name is Jeremiah, and he is so excited and happy when he sees you, as you can tell by the pictures I enclosed. He pays attention to everything you say.
Well, just mute me. You can mute
One
me.
has to wonder if you somehow are reaching him on a level that we cannot understand. And so she sent the photos and her donation. That's Betty Knowles and JJ. So look, Reese, you know, you're gonna have to, like, you know, sign language your cussing. So Jeremiah ain't hearing this on Thursdays.
Okay.
Let me also shout out Souley, Craig Williams, and Todd Williams. And so I appreciate your donation. And let's see here. Okay, who's this here? They sent some cash. Ardo's Plumbing. They sent a whole bunch of cards. So sent their cash, and they said, every single step you take gets you closer to your goal. So I appreciate that. And then let's see here. Who is this here? Okay, that's the same thing. AJ Qatar. I appreciate it. Same thing, there were two. So there were two, I appreciate that. Let's see here. Roland, thank you for this platform of truth. Sincerely, truth be told. I read him earlier. George Daniels, I love the work that you do and your staff are doing. Keep up the good work. God bless you all. George Daniels, I appreciate it. Let's see here. Hello, sending RMU show. This gift is support of all you do. May God continue to bless you, your family, staff, and fans. And Tanya Robinson. Tanya, I appreciate that. And Larry and Greg, we got a frat brother who sent this here, and they went all out. Let's see. Hello, Roland. I gained much insight from watching you and all your broadcasts. You inform, educate, and catechize current racial events in a profound manner. Now, you know that's an alpha, using a word that's spelled C-A-T-E-C-H-I-Z-E. A Sigma wouldn't do that.
Always.
A Sigma would never use that word. I'm offering this donation to help keep the information flowing. And this is Merle. That's a loving show. And shout out to Dr. Jackie. So, Merle is. So I guess Merle is a Delta. So it's Merle J. Lucky. All right. So again, all right then. Well, cool. And so these were greetings cards done by Lydia Hallam. Okay, all right, Lydia. Well, that's nice. We're going to find out what you do these greeting cards. So always give a shout out, y'all. Okay, real quick break. We're coming back with our last story. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Alphas run this joint.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, you'll hear from Elizabeth Davis. She left a flourishing career in the construction industry to build her own business using her same skill sets. And oh, by the way, now a multi-million-dollar business.
Every day I was looking at my numbers rather than looking at them weekly or monthly. When you're first starting your business, my recommendation is look at your numbers every day, because are they balancing out each day? If they're not balancing out for 3 days in a row, that means your week is going to be off.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
It's Kim Whitley.
Yo, what's up? This your boy Ice Cube.
Hey, yo, Peace World. What's going on? It's the Love King of R&B, Raheem Devon, and you're watching Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
Dasilla Lewis of Tallahassee, Florida, has been missing since June 6, 2022. The 15-year-old is 4 feet 11 inches tall, weighs 90 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. Dasilla was last seen wearing a white T-shirt with the words "Love and Sweet" in red and black writing and white shorts. Anyone with information about Dasilla Lewis should call the Leon County, Florida Sheriff's Office at 850-606-5800. 850-606-5800. All right, y'all. Georgetown professor, university law professor, says he's a free man after resigning from the university this week. Ilya Shapiro's resignation comes months after the controversial tweets he made about President Biden choosing, quote, a lesser black woman for Supreme Court justice. He said, quote, because Biden said he's only considered black women for SCOTUS, this nominee will always have the asterisk attached, fitting that the court takes up affirmative action next term. Objectively, best pick for Biden is Sri Srivatsan, who is, give me 1 second, who is solid, Prague, and very smart, even has identity politics benefit of being first Asian, parentheses, Indian American, but alas, doesn't fit into latest intersectionality hierarchy, so we'll get lesser black woman. Thanks heaven for small favors. Shapiro was scheduled to start work at the university on February 1st, but was immediately placed on administrative leave of the university investigating his remarks. People were very pissed off, many students and faculty. The investigation concluded last week, and Shapiro was reappointed to his position, but he resigned, claiming the university was a place that did not value free speech. Now, the university responded, saying Georgetown urges members of our community to engage in robust and respectful dialogue. Our speech and expression policy promotes free and open inquiry, deliberation, and debate, and does not prohibit speech based on the person presenting ideas or the content of those ideas, even when those ideas may be difficult, controversial, or objectionable. Now, here's what's interesting. Shapiro, y'all, did announce the next day he was taking a job at the Manhattan Institute. Who works at the Manhattan Institute? Oh, Christopher Rufo, the one who's been leading the charge against critical race theory, and also Heather McDonald, that white nationalist white woman who's always talking about policing and blaming everything on black people. This ain't no shot where he ended up here, Greg.
And John McWhorter used to work for, I wonder if he's still over there.
He's still there, John McWhorter, he's still there.
Oh, yeah. But you know what's interesting, Roland? I'm not torn about this. I mean, you know, I have friends on the faculty at Georgetown Law, but it's difficult because this guy has a platform. He wrote op-eds about this in the Wall Street Journal. He supported this guy at Princeton named Katz, who came out against critical race theory. And it becomes difficult, I think, because part of the thing that he used to defend himself at Georgetown, he said, there are professors on this faculty who came out strongly against the leaked opinion in Roe versus Wade. And he evoked a professor, I think, in the School of Foreign Relations or Foreign Service at Georgetown, and said, you didn't do anything to her. I think what drove this more than anything else was student complaints. So we have to be, I think, careful, because we live in a society where, yes, this might be very satisfying in this specific instance, but you know how many black women and men on faculties around this country have been assaulted, claiming that they are outlandish. And I think, you know, I have to sit back and think about this for a minute, because I think it was the student complaints that really kind of pushed Georgetown to act as quickly as it did.
And the reality, Larry, you're on faculty there. We're living in a world where students ain't taking the same shit they did before. The students are not like, shut up, be quiet, they're the faculty. No, there are students who are saying, I'm sorry, I don't want to be taught by a racist.
So something similar happened at a UCF professor who was tweeting a bunch of nonsense and eventually was fired from UCF. Unfortunately, he was recently reinstated. So I think I want to go back to this story. Is if you're going to tweet about Black folks, make sure you capitalize the B, first of all. Second of all, Roland, you're right. I work in higher education. If students' complaints, you have a problem. And so he found out quickly. I think the interesting thing is he made sure he had somewhere soft to land before he got out of there, right? So that's the really key thing to keep in mind is he already had a job set up, and he wrote all those op-eds in the Washington, Wall Street Journal, et cetera. But he knew he already had a place to go. He probably signed a contract, already had a handshake agreement. So he's not like he's out, really sacrificing himself on behalf of right-wingers. He's really just toting the same line we hear about CRT and also, denigrating Black folks, et cetera.
I want to give Reese the opportunity to chat real quick because the Democrats are coming into the hearing. Go ahead and pull it up, please. Reese, your comment on this issue.
I'll keep it quick. Go to hell, Ilya. He just wants to be a victim because ultimately, Dr. Carr, he got his job. He decided he wanted to quit so that he can be a martyr of sorts for, anti-woke, whatever the situation may be. So here's another white man getting to say whatever the hell he wants to say, no matter how racist it is. And the reparations paying Georgetown, let it slide. That's the story of white people in academia.
All right, folks. Right now, Congressman Benny Thompson of Mississippi, who is the chair of the January 6th Special Committee, is about to open this primetime hearing. Let's now go live to Capitol Hill.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare that pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during tonight's hearing. Thanks to everyone watching tonight for sharing part of your evening to learn the facts and causes of the events leading up to and including the violent attack on January 6, 2021. Our democracy, electoral system, and country. I'm Benny Thompson, chairman of the January 6, 2021 committee. I was born, raised, and still live in Bolton, Mississippi, a town with a population of 521, which is midway between Jackson and Vicksburg, Mississippi, and the Mississippi River. I'm from a part of the country where people justify the actions of slavery, the Ku Klux Klan, and lynching. I'm reminded of that dark history as I hear voices today try and justify the actions of the insurrectionists on January 6, 2021. Over the next few weeks, hopefully you will get to know the other members, my colleagues up here, and me. We represent a diversity of communities from all over the United States, rural areas and cities, East Coast, West Coast, and the Heartland. All of us have one thing in common. We swore the same oath. That same oath that all members of Congress take upon taking office and afterwards every 2 years if they are reelected. We swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The words of the current oath taken by employee takes have their roots in the Civil War. Throughout our history, the United States has fought against foreign enemies to preserve our democracy, electoral system, and country. When the United States Capitol was stormed and burned in 1814, foreign enemies were responsible. Afterward, in 1862, when American citizens had taken up arms against this country, Congress adopted a new oath to help make sure no person who had supported the rebellion could hold a position of public trust. Therefore, congresspersons and United States federal government employees were required for the first time to swear an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That oath was put to test on January 6, 2021. The police officers who held the line that day honored their oath. Many came out of that day bloodied and broken. They still bear those wounds, visible and invisible. They did their duty. They repelled the mob and ended the occupation of the Capitol. They defended the Constitution against domestic enemies so that Congress could return, uphold our own oath, and count your votes to ensure the transfer of power, just as we've done for hundreds of years. But unlike in 1814, it was domestic enemies of the Constitution who stormed the Capitol and occupied the Capitol, who sought to thwart the will of the people to stop the transfer of power. And so they did, so at the encouragement of the President of the United States. The President of the United States trying to stop the transfer of power, a precedent that had stood for 220 years, even as our democracy had faced its most difficult tests. Thinking back again to the Civil War in the summer of 1864, the President of the United States believed we would be doomed to his bid for re-election. He believed his opponent, General George McClellan, would wave the white flag when it came to preserving the Union. But even with that grim fate hanging in the balance, President Lincoln was ready to accept the will of the voters, come what may. He made a quiet pledge. He wrote down the words, "This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be reelected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the president-elect. It will be my duty." Lincoln sealed that memo and asked his cabinet secretaries to sign it sight unseen. He asked them to make the same commitment he did, to accept defeat if indeed defeat was the will of the people, to uphold the rule of law, to the president who came before him did. Donald Trump lost the presidential election in 2020. The American people voted him out of office. It was not because of a rigged system. It was not because of voter fraud. Don't believe me? Hear what his former Attorney General had to say about it. I warn those who watching that this contains strong language.
Just what I've been through. I had 3 discussions with the president that I can recall. One was on November 23rd, one was on December 1st, and one was on December 14th. And I've been through sort of the give and take of those discussions. And in that context, I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did. I observed, I think it was on December 1st, that, how can you can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election.
Bill Barr, on Election Day 2020, he was the Attorney General of the United States, the top law enforcement official in the country, telling the president exactly what he thought about claims of a stolen election. Donald Trump had his days in court to challenge the results. He was within his rights to seek those judgments. In the United States, law-abiding citizens have those tools for pursuing justice. He lost in the courts, just as he did at the ballot box. And in this country, That's the end of the line. But for Donald Trump, that was only the beginning of what became a sprawling, multi-step conspiracy aimed at overturning the presidential election, aimed at throwing out the votes of millions of Americans, your votes, your voice in our democracy, and replacing the will of the American people with his will to remain in power after his term ended. Donald Trump was at the center of this conspiracy, and ultimately, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, spurred a mob of domestic enemies of the Constitution to march down the Capitol and subvert American democracy. Any legal jargon you hear about seditious conspiracy, obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the United States boils down to this. January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup, a brazen attempt, as one rioter put it shortly after January 6th, to overthrow. The violence was no accident. It represented Trump's last stand, most desperate chance to halt the transfer of power. Now, you may hear those words and think, this is just another political attack on Donald Trump by people who don't like him. That's not the case. My colleagues and I all wanted an outside independent commission to investigate January 6th, similar to what we had after 9/11. But after first agreeing to the idea, Donald Trump's allies in Congress put a stop to it. Apparently, they don't want January 6th investigated at all. And in the last 17 months, many of those same people have tried to whitewash what happened on January 6th, to rewrite history, call it a tourist visit, label it legitimate political discourse. Donald Trump and his followers have adopted the words of the songwriter, "Do you believe me or your lying eyes?" We can't sweep what happened under the rug. The American people deserve answers. So I come before you this evening, not as a Democrat, but as an American who swore an oath to defend the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't protect just Democrats or just Republicans. It protects all of us, we the people. And this scheme was an attempt to undermine the will of the people. So tonight, and over the next few weeks, we're going to remind you of the reality of what happened that day. But our work must do much more than just look backwards. Because of our democracy remains in danger, the conspiracy to thwart the will of the people is not over. There are those in this audience who thirst for power but have no love or respect for what makes America great: devotion to the Constitution, allegiance to the rule of law, our shared journey to build a more perfect union. January 6th and the lies that led to insurrection have put 2.5 centuries of constitutional democracy at risk. The world is watching what we do here. America has long been expected to be a shining city on the hill, a beacon of hope and freedom, a model for others when we are at our best. How can we play that role when our house is in such disorder? We must confront the truth with candor, resolve, and determination. We need to show that we are worthy of the gifts that are the birthright of every American. That begins here, and it begins now, with a true accounting of what happened and what led to the attack on our Constitution and our democracy. In this moment, when the dangers of our Constitution and our democracy loom large, nothing could be more important. Working alongside the public servants on this dais has been one of the greatest honors of my time in Congress. It's been a particular privilege to count as a partner in this effort, and to count as a friend, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. She's a patriot, a public servant of profound courage, of devotion to her oath and the Constitution. It's my pleasure to recognize Ms. Cheney for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me echo those words about the importance of bipartisanship and what a tremendous honor it is to work on this committee. Mr. Chairman, at 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, after he spent hours watching a violent mob besiege, attack, and invade our Capitol, Donald Trump tweeted, but he did not condemn the attack. Instead, he justified it. "These are the things and events that happen," he said, "when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who've been badly and unfairly treated for so long." As you will see in the hearings to come, President Trump believed his supporters at the Capitol, and I quote, "We're doing what they should be doing." This is what he told his staff as they pleaded with him to call off the mob, to instruct his supporters to leave. Over a series of hearings in the coming weeks, you will hear testimony, live and on video, from more than half a dozen former White House staff in the Trump administration, all of whom were in the West Wing of the White House on January 6th. You will hear testimony that, quote, "The president did not really want to put anything out calling off the riot or asking his supporters to leave." You will hear that President Trump was yelling and, quote, "really angry at advisors who told him he needed to be doing something more." And aware of the rioters' chance to hang Mike Pence, the president responded with this sentiment, quote, "Maybe our supporters have the right idea. Mike Pence, quote, deserves it." You will hear evidence that President Trump refused for hours to do what his staff, his family, and many of his other advisors begged him to do: immediately instruct his supporters to stand down and evacuate the Capitol. Tonight, you will see never-before-seen footage of the brutal attack on our Capitol, an attack that unfolded while a few blocks away, President Trump sat watching television in the dining room next to the Oval Office. You will hear audio from the brave police officers battling for their lives and ours, fighting to defend our democracy against a violent mob Donald Trump refused to call off. Tonight and in the weeks to come, you will see evidence of what motivated this violence, including directly from those who participated in this attack. You will see video of them explaining what caused them to do it. You will see their posts on social media. We will show you what they have said in federal court. On this point, there is no room for debate. Those who invaded our Capitol and battled law enforcement for hours were motivated by what President Trump had told them, that the election was stolen and that he was the rightful president. President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. You will also hear about plots to commit seditious conspiracy on January 6th, a crime defined in our laws as conspiring to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States, or to oppose by force the authority thereof. Multiple members of two groups, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, have been charged with this crime for their involvement in the events leading up to and on January 6th. Some have pled guilty. The attack on our Capitol was not a spontaneous riot. Intelligence available before January 6th identified plans to, quote, invade the Capitol, occupy the Capitol, and take other steps to halt Congress's count of electoral votes that day. In our hearings to come, we will identify elements of those plans, and we will show specifically how a group of Proud Boys led a mob into the Capitol building on January 6th. Tonight, I am going to describe for you some of what our committee has learned and highlight initial findings you will see this month in our hearings. As you hear this, all Americans should keep in mind this fact. On the morning of January 6th, President Donald Trump's intention was to remain President of the United States, despite the lawful outcome of the 2020 election and in violation of his constitutional obligation to relinquish power. Over multiple months, Donald Trump oversaw and coordinated a sophisticated 7-part plan to overturn the presidential election and prevent the transfer of presidential power. In our hearings, you will see evidence of each element of this plan. In our second hearing, you will see that Donald Trump and his advisors knew that he had in fact lost the election. But despite this, President Trump engaged in a massive effort to spread false and fraudulent information to convince huge portions of the U.S. population that fraud had stolen the election from him. This was not true. Jason Miller was a senior Trump campaign spokesman. In this clip, Miller describes a call between the Trump campaign's internal data expert and President Trump a few days after the 2020 election.
I was in the Oval Office, and at some point in the conversation, Matt Oskowski, who is the lead data person, was brought on. And I remember he delivered to the president pretty blunt terms that he was going to lose.
And that was based, Mr. Miller, on Matt and the data team's assessment of the sort of county by county, state by state results as reported?
Correct.
Alex Cannon was one of President Trump's campaign lawyers. He previously worked for the Trump Organization. One of his responsibilities was to assess allegations of election fraud in November 2020. Here is one sample of his testimony discussing what he told White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states.
When was that conversation?
Probably in November, mid to late November. I think it was before my child was born.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, "So there's no there there."
There's no there there. The Trump campaign's general counsel, Matt Morgan, gave similar testimony. He explained that all of the fraud allegations and the campaign's other election arguments taken together and viewed in the best possible light for President Trump could still not change the outcome of the election. President Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr also told Donald Trump his election claims were wrong.
Repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that I did not see evidence of fraud and that would have affected the outcome of the election. And frankly, a year and a half later, I haven't seen anything to change my mind on that.
Attorney General Barr also told President Trump that his allegations about Dominion voting machines were groundless.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
But President Trump persisted, repeating the false Dominion allegations in public at least a dozen more times, even after his attorney general told him they were, quote, complete nonsense. And after Barr's resignation on December 23rd, the acting attorney general who replaced him, Jeff Rosen, and the acting deputy, Richard Donahue, told President Trump over and over again that the evidence did not support allegations he was making in public. Many of President Trump's White House staff also recognized that the evidence did not support the claims President Trump was making. This is the president's daughter commenting on Bill Barr's statement that the department found no fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
How did that affect your perspective about the election when Attorney General Barr made that statement?
It affected my perspective. I respect Attorney General Barr. So I accepted what he was saying.
As you will hear on Monday, the president had every right to litigate his campaign claims, but he ultimately lost more than 60 cases in state and federal courts. The president's claims in the election cases were so frivolous and unsupported that the president's lead lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, not only lost the lawsuits, his license to practice law was suspended. Here's what the court said of Mr. Giuliani. Giuliani communicated demonstrably false and misleading statements to courts, lawmakers, and the public at large in his capacity as lawyer for former President Donald J. Trump and the Trump campaign in connection with Trump's failed effort at re-election in 2020. As you will see in great detail in our hearings, President Trump ignored the rulings of our nation's courts. He ignored his own campaign leadership, his White House staff, many Republican state officials. He ignored the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump invested millions of dollars of campaign funds purposely spreading false information, running ads he knew were false, and convincing millions of Americans that the election was corrupt and that he was the true president. As you will see, this misinformation campaign provoked the violence on January 6th. In our third hearing, you will see that President Trump corruptly planned to replace the Attorney General of the United States so the U.S. Justice Department would spread his false stolen election claims. In the days before January 6th, President Trump told his top Justice Department officials, quote, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." Senior Justice Department officials, men he had appointed, told him they could not do that because it was not true. So President Trump decided to replace them. He offered Jeff Clark, an environmental lawyer at the Justice Department, the job of acting Attorney General. President Trump wanted Mr. Clark to take a number of steps, including sending this letter to Georgia and 5 other states, saying the U.S. Department of Justice had, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election. This letter is a lie. The Department of Justice had, in fact, repeatedly told President Trump exactly the opposite, that they had investigated his stolen election allegations and found no credible fraud that could impact the outcome of the election. This letter and others like it would have urged multiple states to withdraw their official and lawful electoral votes for Biden. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue described Jeff Clark's letter this way, quote, "This would be a grave step for the department to take and could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for this country." The committee agrees with Mr. Donahue's assessment. Had Clark assumed the role of Attorney General in the days before January 6th and issued these letters, the ramifications could indeed have been grave. Mr. Donahue also said this about Clark's plan.
And I recall toward the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election.
In our hearings, you will hear firsthand how the senior leadership of the Department of Justice threatened to resign, how the White House counsel threatened to resign, and how they confronted Donald Trump and Jeff Clark in the Oval Office. The men involved, including Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, were appointed by President Trump. These men honored their oaths of office, they did their duty, and you will hear from them in our hearings. By contrast, Jeff Clark has invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and refused to testify. Representative Scott Perry, who was also involved in trying to get Clark appointed as Attorney General, has refused to testify here. As you will see, Representative Perry contacted the White House in the weeks after January 6th to seek a presidential pardon. Multiple other Republican congressmen also sought presidential pardons for their roles in attempting to overturn the 2020 election. In our fourth hearing, we will focus on President Trump's efforts to pressure Vice President Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. Vice President Pence has spoken publicly about this.
President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
What President Trump demanded that Mike Pence do wasn't just wrong, it was illegal and it was unconstitutional. You will hear this in great detail from the Vice President's former general counsel. Witnesses in these hearings will explain how the former Vice President and his staff informed President Trump over and over again that what he was pressuring Mike Pence to do was illegal. As you will hear, President Trump engaged in a relentless effort to pressure Pence, both in private and in public. You will see the evidence of that pressure from multiple witnesses, live and on video. Vice President Pence demonstrated his loyalty to Donald Trump consistently over 4 years, but he knew that he had a higher duty to the United States Constitution. This is testimony from the Vice President's Chief of Staff.
So I think the Vice President was proud of his 4 years of service, and he felt like much had been accomplished in those 4 years. And I think he was proud to have stood beside the President for all that had been done. But I think he ultimately knew that his fidelity to the Constitution was his first and foremost oath. And that's what he articulated publicly, and I think that that's what he felt.
His fidelity to the Constitution was more important than his fidelity to President Trump and his desire.
The oath he took. Yep.
Yes.
You'll also hear about a lawyer named John Eastman. Mr. Eastman was deeply involved in President Trump's plans. You'll hear from former Fourth Circuit federal judge Michael Ludig, a highly respected leading conservative judge. John Eastman clerked for Judge Ludig. Judge Ludig provided counsel to the Vice President's team in the days before January 6th. The judge will explain how Eastman, quote, was wrong at every turn. And you will see the email exchanges between Eastman and the Vice President's counsel as the violent attack on Congress was underway. Mr. Jacob said this to Mr. Eastman: "Thanks to your bullshit, we are under siege." You will also see evidence that John Eastman did not actually believe the legal position he was taking. In fact, a month before the 2020 election, Eastman took exactly the opposite view on the same legal issues. In the course of the Select Committee's work to obtain information from Mr. Eastman, we have had occasion to present evidence to a federal judge. The judge evaluated the facts, and he reached the conclusion that President Trump's efforts to pressure Vice President Pence to act illegally by refusing to count electoral votes likely violated 2 federal criminal statutes. And the judge also said this: if Dr. Eastman and President Trump's plan had worked, it would have permanently ended the peaceful transition of power, undermining American democracy and the Constitution. If the country does not commit to investigating and pursuing accountability for those responsible, the court fears January 6th will repeat itself. Every American should read what this federal judge has written. The same judge, Judge Carter, issued another decision on Tuesday night, just this week, indicating that John Eastman and other Trump lawyers knew that their legal arguments had no real chance of success in court, but they relied on those arguments anyway to try to, quote, overturn a democratic election. And you will hear that while Congress was under attack on January 6th and the hours following the violence, the Trump legal team in the Willard Hotel War Room continued to work to halt the count of electoral votes. In our fifth hearing, you will see evidence that President Trump corruptly pressured state legislators and election officials to change election results. You will hear additional details about President Trump's call to Georgia officials, urging them to, quote, find 11,780 votes, votes that did not exist, and his efforts to get states to rescind certified electoral slates without factual basis and contrary to law. You will hear new details about the Trump campaign and other Trump associates' efforts to instruct Republican officials in multiple states to create intentionally false electoral slates and transmit those slates to Congress, to the Vice President, and the National Archives, falsely certifying that Trump won states he actually lost. In our final two June hearings, you will hear how President Trump summoned a violent mob and directed them illegally to march on the United States Capitol. While the violence was underway, President Trump failed to take immediate action to stop the violence and instruct his supporters to leave the Capitol. As we present these initial findings, keep 2 points in mind. First, our investigation is still ongoing, so what we make public here will not be the complete set of information we will ultimately disclose. And second, the Department of Justice is currently working with cooperating witnesses and has disclosed to date only some of the information it has identified from encrypted communications and other sources. On December 18th, 2020, a group including General Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, and others visited the White House. They stayed late into the evening. We know that the group discussed a number of dramatic steps, including having the military seize voting machines and potentially rerun elections. You will also hear that President Trump met with that group alone for a period of time before White House lawyers and other staff discovered the group was there and rushed to intervene. A little more than an hour after Ms. Powell, Mr. Giuliani, General Flynn, and the others finally left the White House, President Trump sent the tweet on the screen now, telling people to come to Washington on January 6th. Be there, he instructed them. Will be wild. As you will see, this was a pivotal moment. This tweet initiated a chain of events. The tweet led to the planning for what occurred on January 6th, including by the Proud Boys, who ultimately led the invasion of the Capitol and the violence on that day. The indictment of a group of Proud Boys alleges that they planned, quote, to oppose by force the authority of the government of the United States. And according to the Department of Justice, on January 6, 2021, the defendants directed, mobilized, and led members of the crowd onto the Capitol grounds and into the Capitol, leading to the dismantling of metal barricades, the destruction of property, the breaching of the Capitol building, and the assaults on law enforcement. Although certain former Trump officials have argued that they did not anticipate violence on January 6th, the evidence suggests otherwise. As you will see in our hearings, the White House was receiving specific reports in the days leading up to January 6th, including during President Trump's Ellipse rally, indicating that elements in the crowd were preparing for violence at the Capitol. And on the evening of January 5th, the president's close advisor, Steve Bannon, said this on his podcast.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
As part of our investigation, we will present information about what the White House and other intelligence agencies knew and why the Capitol was not better prepared. But we will not lose sight of the fact that the Capitol Police did not cause the crowd to attack. And we will not blame the violence that day, violence provoked by Donald Trump, on the officers who bravely defended all of us. In our final hearing, you will hear a moment-by-moment account of the hours-long attack from more than half a dozen White House staff, both live in the hearing room and via videotape testimony. There's no doubt that President Trump was well aware of the violence as it developed. White House staff urged President Trump to intervene and call off the mob. Here is a document written while the attack was underway by a member of the White House staff advising what the president needed to say. Quote, anyone who entered the Capitol without proper authority should leave immediately. This is exactly what his supporters on Capitol Hill and nationwide were urging the president to do. He would not. You will hear that leaders on Capitol Hill begged the president for help, including Republican leader McCarthy, who was, quote, scared, and called multiple members to persuade the president himself. Not only did President Trump refuse to tell the mob to leave the Capitol, he placed no call to any element of the United States government to instruct that the Capitol be defended. He did not call his Secretary of Defense on January 6th. He did not talk to his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump gave no order to deploy the National Guard that day, and he made no effort to work with the Department of Justice to coordinate and deploy law enforcement assets. But Vice President Pence did each of those things. For example, here is what General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testified to this committee.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that. And I can get you the exact quotes, I guess, from some of our records somewhere, but he was very animated, very direct, very firm, and to Secretary Miller. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here, put down this situation, etc.
By contrast, here is General Milley's description of his conversation with President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have to kill the narrative that the Vice President is making all the decisions. We need to establish the narrative that that the president is still in charge and that things are steady or stable or what's that thing. I immediately interpret that as politics, politics, politics. Red flag for me personally, no action, but I remember it distinctly.
And you will hear from witnesses how the day played out inside the White House, how multiple White House staff resigned in disgust, and how President Trump would not ask his supporters to leave the Capitol. It was only after multiple hours of violence that President Trump finally released a video instructing the riotous mob to leave. And as he did so, he said to them, quote, "We love you, and you're very special." You will also hear that in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, members of the president's family, White House staff, and others tried to step in to stabilize the situation, quote, to land the plane before the presidential transition on January 20th. You will hear about members of the Trump cabinet discussing the possibility of invoking the 25th Amendment and replacing the President of the United States. Multiple members of President Trump's own cabinet resigned immediately after January 6th. One member of the cabinet suggested that the remaining cabinet officers needed to take a more active role in running the White House and the administration. But most emblematic of those days is this exchange of texts between Sean Hannity and former President Trump's press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany. Sean Hannity wrote, in part, "Key now, no more crazy people, no more stolen election talk. Yes, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real. Many people will quit." Ms. McEnany responded in part, "Love that. That's the playbook." The White House staff knew that President Trump was willing to entertain and use conspiracy theories to achieve his ends. They knew the president needed to be cut off from all of those who had encouraged him. They knew that President Donald Trump was too dangerous to be left alone, at least until he left office on January 20th. These are important facts for Congress and the American people to understand fully. When a president fails to take the steps necessary to preserve our union, or worse, causes a constitutional crisis, we're at a moment of maximum danger for our republic. Some in the White House took responsible steps to try to prevent January 6th. Others egged the president on. Others, who could have acted, refused to do so. In this case, the White House counsel was so concerned about potentially lawless activity that he threatened to resign multiple times. That is exceedingly rare and exceedingly serious. It requires immediate attention, especially when the entire team threatens to resign. However, in the Trump White House, it was not exceedingly rare, and it was not treated seriously. This is a clip of Jared Kushner addressing multiple threats by White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his team of lawyers to resign in the weeks before January 6th.
Jared, are you aware of instances where Pat Cipollone threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
Whining. There's a reason why people serving in our government take an oath to the Constitution. As our founding fathers recognized, democracy is fragile. People in positions of public trust are duty-bound to defend it, to step forward when action is required. In our country, we don't swear an oath to an individual or a political party. We take our oath to defend the United States Constitution. And that oath must mean something. Tonight, I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain. Finally, I ask all of our fellow Americans, as you watch our hearings over the coming weeks, please remember what's at stake. Remember the men and women who have fought and died so that we can live under the rule of law, not the rule of men. I ask you to think of the scene in our Capitol Rotunda on the night of January 6th. There, in a sacred space in our constitutional republic, the place where our presidents lie in state, watched over by statues of Washington and Jefferson, Lincoln and Grant, Eisenhower, Ford, and Reagan. Against every wall that night encircling the room, there were SWAT teams, men and women in tactical gear with long guns, deployed inside our Capitol building. There in the rotunda, these brave men and women rested beneath paintings depicting the earliest scenes of our republic, including one painted in 1824 depicting George Washington resigning his commission, voluntarily relinquishing power, handing control of the Continental Army back to Congress. With this noble act, Washington set the indispensable example of the peaceful transfer of power, what President Reagan called nothing less than a miracle. The sacred obligation to defend this peaceful transfer of power has been honored by every American president, except one. As Americans, we all have a duty to ensure that what happened on January 6th never happens again, to set aside partisan battles, to stand together to perpetuate and preserve our great republic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As we provide answers to American people about January 6th, it's important that we remember exactly what took place, that this was no tourist visit to the Capitol. Most of the footage we are about to play has never been seen. The Select Committee obtained it as a part of our investigation. This isn't easy to watch. I want to warn everyone that this video includes violence and strong language. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation of the violence of January 6th.
Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy!
Yeah, just for awareness, be advised, there's probably about 300 Proud Boys. They're marching eastbound in this 400 block of kind of Independence, actually on the mall towards the United States Capitol.
I am not allowed to say what's going to happen today because everyone's just going to have to watch for themselves. But it's going to happen. Something's going to happen.
Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! We are on your side. Don't make us go against you. Understand the side. Pick a side. These are our streets.
$20 a picture. I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
We love Trump! 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 We love Trump!
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you, I will tell you right now.
We just had protesters circle, breach the line. We need backup.
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50, be advised, Capitol Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
50, I copy. We're about 5 miles out. We're trying to make our way through all this. We have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol to the upper level!
Jack, be advised they're requesting additional resources on the east side as they've broken into that window and they're trying to kick it in.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. The U.S. demands the truth. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence.
We're gonna get too many fucking people. Look at this fucking vantage point, man. We're fucked.
We need an area for the House members. They're all walking over now through the tunnels. We're trying to hold the upper deck. We're trying to hold the upper deck now. We need to hold the doors of the Capitol. I need court support.
Cruiser 50, be advised that Capitol Police is going to start moving their resources inside. They're going to start the M4 officers first.
H208 with 4 members. The door's barricaded. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
In fact, officers still remaining on the House floor, on the 3rd floor, to use the subways themselves. It's time to evacuate so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy.
It's up to us people now, the American people. What are you ready to do? One more time. What are you ready to do? And whatever it takes, I'll lay my life down if it takes. Absolutely. That's why we showed up today.
Hey! We're coming in if you don't bring her out! Fuck you! You back up! I have myself on back.
Engaging to some of that West Terran door for backup.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of tonight, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Go to the back. Me too. Thanks.
committee will be in order. I want to thank our witnesses for being with us this evening to share their firsthand accounts of that terrible day. I know that some of the witnesses from our first hearing are in the room with us, along with some of the family members, friends, and widows of the officers who lost their lives as a result of the attack. Thank you all for being here for us and the American people. Officer Carolyn Edwards has been with the United States Capitol Police since 2017. On January 6th, Officer Edwards was assigned to the First Responder Unit, which serves as the first line of defense at the Capitol complex. She also served as a member of the Civil Disturbance Unit, a special subset of the Uniform Division trained to respond to mass demonstration events. Officer Edwards is a graduate of the University in Intelligence Analysis from Johns Hopkins University. Nick Quisted is an acclaimed filmmaker whose credits include documenting stories from war zones in Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq. On January 6th, Mr. Quickstead was working on a documentary about, quote, why Americans are so divided when Americans have so much in common, end quote. During that day, Mr. Quickstead interviewed and documented movements of the people around the Capitol, including the first moments of the violence against the Capitol Police and the chaos that ensued. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Without objection, the witness's statement will be included in the record. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I recognize myself for questioning. As you saw just a few minutes ago, the Proud Boys instigated the first breach of the Capitol just before 1 o'clock p.m., where rioters pushed over barricades near the Peace Circle at the foot of the Capitol. Our two witnesses tonight were both there at the time of that first breach. Officer Edwards was standing with other officers behind a line of bike racks that marked the perimeter of the Capitol grounds. She bravely tried to prevent an angry crowd from advancing on the Capitol. Unfortunately, she was overrun and knocked unconscious as the crowd advanced on the Capitol. Mr. Quickstead was a few yards away from Officer Edwards, taking footage of the Proud Boys as part of his work on a documentary film. Most of his footage has never been shown publicly before we shared it this evening. Officer Edwards, I'd like to start by asking if you could tell us why you believe it's important for you to share your story this evening with the committee and the American public. Please, your microphone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it, and thank you to the committee for having me here to testify. I was called a lot of things on January 6, 2021 and the days thereafter. I was called Nancy Pelosi's dog, called incompetent, called a hero, and a villain. I was called a traitor to my country, my oath, and my Constitution. In actuality, I was none of those things. I was an American, standing face to face with other Americans, asking myself how many times, many times, how we had gotten here. I had been called names before, but never had my patriotism or duty been called into question. I, who got up every day, no matter how early the hour or how late I got in the night before, to put on my uniform and to protect America's symbol of democracy. I, who spent countless hours in the baking sun and freezing snow to make sure that America's elected officials were able to do their job. I, whose literal blood, sweat, and tears were shed that day defending the building that I spent countless holidays and weekends working in. I am the proud granddaughter of a Marine that fought in the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir in the Korean War. I think of my papa often in these days, how he was so young and thrown into a battle he never saw coming and answered the call at a great personal cost. How he lived the rest of his days with bullets and shrapnel in his legs, but never once complained about his sacrifice. I would like to think that he would be proud of me, proud of his granddaughter that stood her ground that day and continued fighting, even though she was wounded, like he did many years ago. I am my grandfather's granddaughter, proud to put on a uniform and serve my country. They dared to question my honor. They dared to question my loyalty. And they dared to question my duty. I'm a proud American, and I will gladly sacrifice everything to make sure that the America my grandfather defended is here for many years to come. Thank you.
Officer Edwards, your story and your service is important, and I thank you for being here tonight. Ms. Quickstead, I also like to ask you to introduce yourself. Can you tell us how you found yourself in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021?
Good evening, Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for the introduction. As stated, in the winter of 2020, I was working on a documentary. As part of that documentary, I filmed several rallies in Washington, D.C. on December the 11th and December the 12th. And I learned there would be a rally on the Mall on January 6th. So my 3 colleagues and I came down to document the rally. According to the permit of the event, there was going to be a rally at the Ellipse. We arrived at the Mall and observed a large contingent of Proud Boys marching towards the Capitol. We filmed them, and almost immediately I was separated from my colleagues. I documented the crowd turn from protesters to rioters to insurrectionists. I was surprised at the size of the group, the anger and the profanity. And for anyone who didn't understand how violent that event was, I saw it, I documented it, and I experienced it. I heard incredibly aggressive chanting, and I subsequently shared that footage with the authorities. I'm here today pursuant to a House subpoena. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Quested. The Select Committee has conducted extensive investigative work to understand what led the Proud Boys and other rioters to the Capitol on January 6th. We've obtained substantial evidence showing that the president's December 19th tweet calling his followers to Washington, D.C. on January 6th energized individuals from the Proud Boys and other extremist groups. I'd like to play a brief video highlighting some of this evidence.
My name is Marcus Childress, and I'm an investigative counsel for the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
white
white
like me to condemn?
White supremacists and white
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
After he made this comment, Enrique Terrio, then chairman of the Proud Boys, said on Parler, "Standing by, sir." During our investigation, we learned that this comment during the presidential debate actually led to an increase in membership from the Proud Boys.
Would you say that Proud Boys members increased
after the stand back, stand by comment?
Exponentially. I'd say tripled probably, with the potential for a lot more eventually.
And did you ever sell any stand back and stand by merchandise?
One of the vendors on my page actually beat me to it, but I wish I would have made a stand back, stand by shirt.
On December 19th, President Trump tweeted about the January 6th rally and told attendees, "Be there, we'll be wild." Many of the witnesses that we interviewed were inspired by the president's call and came to D.C. for January 6th. But the extremists, they took it a step further. They viewed this tweet as a call to arms. A day later, the Department of Justice describes how the Proud Boys created a chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense Leadership Chat. In this chat, the Proud Boys established a command structure in anticipation of coming back to D.C. on January 6th. The Department of Justice describes Mr. Tarrio coming into possession of a document called the 1776 Returns, which describes individuals occupying key buildings around the United States Capitol. The Oath Keepers are another group that the committee investigated.
You better get your ass to D.C., folks, this Saturday.
Yeah, if you don't, there'll be no more Republic. But we're not going to let that happen. It's not even an if. It's either President Trump is encouraged and bolstered and strengthened to do what he must do, or we wind up in a bloody fight. We all know that. The fight's coming.
The Oath Keepers began planning to block the peaceful transfer of power shortly after the November 3rd election. And according to the Department of Justice, Stuart Rhodes, the Oath Keepers leader, said to his followers that we were not going to get through this without a civil war. In response to the December 19th, 2020 tweet by President Trump, the Oath Keepers focused on January 6th in Washington, D.C. In response to the tweet, one member, the president of the Florida chapter, put on social media, "The president called us to the Capitol. He wants us to make it wild." The goal was for the Oath Keepers to be called to duty so that they could keep the president in power, although President Trump had just lost the election. The committee learned that the Oath Keepers set up quick reaction forces outside of the city in Virginia where they stored arms. The goal of these quick reaction forces was to be on standby just in case President Trump invoked the Insurrection Act.
Did the Oath Keepers ever provide weapons to members?
I'm going to decline to answer that and put them at grounds for due process grounds.
In footage obtained by the committee, we learned that on the night of January 5th, Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes met in a parking garage in Washington, D.C.
There's mutual respect there. I think we're fighting the same fight, and I think that's what's important.
The committee learned that the Oath Keepers went into the Capitol through the east doors in two stack formations. The DOJ alleges that one of the stacks went into the Capitol looking for Speaker Pelosi, although they never found her. As the attack was unfolding, Mr. Tarrio took credit. In documents obtained by the Department of Justice, Mr. Tarrio said in an encrypted chat, "Make no mistake, and we did this." Later on that evening, Mr. Tarrio even posted a video which seemed to resemble him in front of the Capitol with a black cape, and the title of the video was Premonition. The evidence developed by the Select Committee and the Department of Justice highlights how each group participated on the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. In fact, the investigation revealed that it was individuals associated with the Proud Boys who instigated the initial breach at the Peace Circle at 12:53 p.m. Within 10 minutes, rioters had already filled the Lower West Plaza. By 2 o'clock, rioters had reached the doors on the West and the East plazas. And by 2:13, rioters had actually broken through the Senate wing door and gotten into the Capitol building. A series of breaches followed. At 2:25 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors to the rotunda. And then right after 2:40 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors near the Ways and Means room. Once the rioters infiltrated the Capitol, they moved through the crypt, the rotunda, the hallways leading to the House chambers, and even inside the Senate chambers.
Individuals associated with two violent extremist groups have been charged with seditious conspiracy in connection with the January 6th attack. One is the Oath Keepers. They are a group of armed anti-government extremists. The other group is the Proud Boys. They promote white supremacist beliefs and have engaged in violence with people they view as their political enemies. Members of both groups have already pled guilty to crimes associated with the January 6th attack. Mr. Quested, as part of the documentary you've been filming, you gained access to the Proud Boys and their leader, Enrique Tarrio. Your crew filmed them in Washington, D.C. on the evening of January 5th and then on January 6th. On January 5th, the night before the attack, you were with the head of the Proud Boys, Mr. Tarrio, in Washington, D.C. on the evening of January 5th and then on January 6th. On January 5th, the night before the attack, you were with the head of the Proud Boys, Mr. Tarrio, in Washington,
some magazines, some extra capacity magazines, and he took responsibility for the burning of the Black Lives Matter flag that was stolen from the church on December the 12th. We were attempting to get an interview with Mr. Tarrio. We had no idea of any of the events that were going to subsequently happen. On December the 12th. We drove him to pick up his bags from the property department of the police, which is just south of the mall. We picked up his bags and went to get some other bags from the Phoenix Hotel, where we encountered Mr. Stuart Rhodes from the Oath Keepers. By the time I'd gone to park the car, my colleague was saying, who'd got into the car with Mr. Tarrio, that they had moved to a location around the corner, the parking garage of the Hall of Legends, I believe. And so we quickly drove over there. We drove down into the parking garage and filmed the scene of Mr. Tarrio and Mr. Rhodes and certain other individuals in that garage. We then continued to follow Mr. Tarrio. There was some discussion about where he was going to go. He ended up going towards a hotel in Baltimore, and we conducted an interview with him in the hotel room. And then we returned to D.C. for that night and what was interesting that night, actually, was that was the first indication that D.C. was much more busy than it had been any other time we'd been here, because we couldn't get into the hotels we wanted to, and we ended up at a hotel that, was not as satisfactory as we would have hoped.
Thank you. So what you're saying is you filmed the meeting between Mr. Tarrio and Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes, right?
Indeed.
You couldn't hear what was said, but according to the Justice Department indictment of Mr. Tarrio, a participant referenced the Capitol. Now, on the morning of January 6th, you learned the Proud Boys would gather near the rally scheduled to take place near the White House. What time did you meet up with the Proud Boys, and what was happening when they met?
We met up with the Proud Boys somewhere around 10:30 a.m., and they were starting to walk down the mall easterly direction towards the Capitol. There was a large contingent, more than I had expected, and I was confused to a certain extent why we were walking away from the president's speech, because that's what I felt we were there to cover.
So at 10:30 a.m., that's early in the day. That's even before President Trump had started speaking. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So how many Proud Boys would you estimate were marching together to the Capitol?
A couple of hundred. Potentially, yeah, I'd say a couple of hundred Proud Boys were marching towards the Capitol at that point.
At the time, was the area heavily guarded?
No, that was, I remember we walked we walked down the mall, we walked to the right of the reflecting pool, and then north along the road that leads to the Peace Circle. And as we were walking past the Peace Circle, I framed the Proud Boys to the right of my shot with the Capitol behind, and we see one sole police officer at the barriers, which subsequently breached. We then walk up and past a tactical unit preparing, and you see that in the film where the man questions their duty and their honor, and you see maybe a dozen Capitol Police putting on their riot gear.
So how would you describe the atmosphere at that time?
The atmosphere it seemed to be much darker. I make efforts to create a familiarity between myself and my subjects to make them feel comfortable. And the atmosphere was much darker this day than had been in these other days. And there was also a contingent of Proud Boys that I hadn't met before from Arizona who appeared to wear these orange hats and had orange armbands.
So when the Proud Boys went back down the hill to the Peace Circle, did a larger crowd start together?
Well, no. First of all, we went round to the back and down the steps, and we took some photographs on the east side of the Capitol, and then we went for lunch. We went for tacos.
So, Mr. Questa, you're a journalist, so you are careful to stick to things that you have observed. But what you've told us is highly relevant. Let me highlight a few key facts that you and others have provided the committee. First, there was a large group of Proud Boys present at the Capitol. We know that from multiple sources. You now estimate that there were around 250 to 300 individuals that you've testified. They weren't there for President Trump's speech. We know this because they left that area to march toward the Capitol before the speech began. They walked around the Capitol that morning. I'm concerned this allowed them to see what defenses were in place and where weaknesses might be. And they decided to launch their attack at the Peace Circle, which is the front door of the Capitol complex. It's the first security perimeter that those marching from the ellipse would have to come to as they moved toward the Capitol. The Peace Circle walkway was always where the thousands of angry Trump supporters would arrive after President Trump sent them from the ellipse. The Proud Boys timed their attack to the moments before the start of the joint session in the Capitol, which is also where President Trump directed the angry mob, "We fight like hell," end quote. He told them before sending them down Pennsylvania Avenue, right to where the Proud Boys gathered and where you were filming. Now, a central question is whether the attack on the Capitol was coordinated and planned. What you witnessed is what a coordinated and planned effort would look like. It was the culmination of a months-long effort spearheaded by President Trump. Mr. Questa, thank you for your eyewitness account of the lead up to the breach of the Peace Circle. This brings us to a point in time where you and Officer Edwards were in close proximity. At this point, I reserve the balance of my time pursuant to 5C, Section 8 of House Resolution 503. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Officer Edwards, I want to start by thanking you for your service and thank you for your courage. Thank you for being here this evening. I know that it's not easy to relive what happened for you and for the officers behind you and for the family members of officers in the audience this evening. But it's really important for the country to have a full accounting and understand what happened. I want to start, Officer Edwards, with a short clip that shows the horrible moment when you were injured as the peace circle was breached. Officer Edwards, can you describe the crowd that had assembled at the Peace Circle as you and your fellow officers stood behind and guarded the bike racks at the Peace Circle?
Yes, so there were about, I want to say about 5 of us on that line. And there was our bike rack, and then at the bottom of the Pennsylvania Avenue walkway, or right by Peace Circle, there was another bike rack. And so the crowd had kind of gathered there. It was the crowd led by Joseph Biggs, and they were mostly in civilian clothes. There were some who had military fatigues on. We could see people with bulletproof vests on, things like that. They didn't seem, extremely cohesive, but they had gathered there in their outfits, but they had gathered there together, and Joseph Biggs started, he had a megaphone, and he started talking about, first it was things kind of relating to Congress, and then the tables started turning once the, what is now the Arizona group is what you said, the crowd with orange hats, they came up chanting F-U-C-K, Antifa, and they joined that group. And once they joined that group, Joseph Biggs' rhetoric turned to the Capitol Police. He started asking us questions like, you didn't miss a paycheck during the pandemic. Mentioning stuff about our pay scale was mentioned. And, started turning the tables on us. And I've worked, I can, conservatively say probably hundreds of civil disturbance events. I know when I'm being turned into a villain, and that's when I turned to my sergeant and I stated the understatement of the century. I said, Sarge, I think we're gonna need a few more people down here. I think they started conferring. They went a little silent. They started conferring among each other. I saw the person now identified as Ryan Samsel. He put his arm around Joseph Biggs, and they were talking, and then they started approaching the first barricade. They ripped the first barricade down, and they approached our bike racks. At that time, we started holding on, grabbing the bike racks. There weren't many of us, so I grabbed the middle between 2 different bike racks. And, I wasn't under any pretense that I could hold it for very long, but I just wanted to, make sure that we could get more people down and get our CDU units time to answer the call. So we started grappling over the bike racks. I felt the bike rack come on top of my head, and I was pushed backwards, and my foot caught the stair behind me, and my chin hit the handrail, and then at that point I had blacked out, but the back of my head clipped the concrete stairs behind me.
And you were knocked unconscious, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
But then when you regained consciousness, even with the injuries, you returned to duty, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. You know, at that time, adrenaline kicked in. I ran towards the West Front, and I tried to hold the line at the Senate steps at the Lower West Terrace. More people kept coming at us. It just seemed like, you know, more and more people started, you know, coming onto the West Front. They started overpowering us. And that was right about when MPD's officers showed up. Their bike officers pushed the crowd back and allowed our CDU units, as well as theirs, to form that line that you see, that very thin line between us and the protesters or the rioters, you know, at that time. I fell behind that line, and for a while I started decontaminating people who had gotten sprayed and treating people medically who needed it.
And then you were injured again there on the West Terrace, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am. So after a while, I got back on the line. It was on the house side of the Lower West Terrace. And I was holding that line for a while. There weren't many of us over there. And Officer Sicknick was behind me for most of the time, for about 30 to 45 minutes that I was down there. We were just, as the best we could, we were just, you know, grappling over bike racks and trying to hold them as quick as possible. All of a sudden, I see movement to the left of me, and I turned, and it was Officer Sicknick with his head in his hands. And he was ghostly pale, which I figured at that point that he had been sprayed, and I was concerned. My, you know, cop alarm bells went off, because if you get sprayed with pepper spray, you're going to turn red. He turned just about as pale as this sheet of paper. And so I looked back to see what had hit him, what had happened, and that's when I got sprayed in the eyes as well. I was taken to be decontaminated by another officer, but we didn't get the chance because we were then tear gassed.
And we are going to play just a brief clip of that moment that you've just described, Officer Edwards. Officer Edwards, I just want to thank you for being here. And I know, again, how difficult it is. I know the family of Officer Sicknick as well, who's here tonight. One of the things one of the Capitol Police officers said to me recently was to ask me whether or not, as members of Congress, all of us understood that on that day, on January 6th, when we were evacuated from the chamber, were led to a safe, undisclosed location, whether we knew that so many of you had rushed out of the building and into the fight. And I can assure you that we do know that, and that we understand how important your service is. Thank you for your continued work with our committee and the interviews, and thank you very much for both of you for being here this evening. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Edwards, can you give us one memory of that awful day that stands out most vividly in your mind?
I can. That time when I talked about falling behind MPD's line, I remember because I had been kind of shielded away because I was holding those stairs, so I wasn't able to really see what was going on over here. When I fell behind that line and I saw, I can just remember my breath catching in my throat because what I saw was just a war scene. It was something like I had seen out of the movies. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were officers on the ground, you know, they were bleeding, they were throwing up, they were, you know, they had, I mean, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood. You know, I was catching people as they fell. It was carnage. It was chaos. I can't even describe. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer, I would find myself in the middle of a battle. You know, I'm trained to detain, you know, a couple of subjects and handle a crowd, but I'm not combat trained. And that day, it was just hours of hand-to-hand combat, hours of dealing with things that were way beyond any law enforcement officer has ever trained for. And I just remember that moment of stepping behind the line and just seeing the absolute war zone that the West Front had become.
Let me thank you for your service and obviously your bravery that you have told the world about tonight. It's unfortunate that you had to defend the Capitol from fellow Americans. None of us would ever think that that would have to happen, but it did. So let me thank our witnesses for joining us tonight and sharing their experiences with America. Throughout my chairmanship of this committee, I've continuously vowed that this committee will ensure a comprehensive account of the heroic acts on January 6th, and that we will follow the facts wherever they lead. Your testimony is an essential part of that record and helps us do our job. Mr. Quested, thank you for sharing your footage and your account of the day's events with us. The images you recorded and have shared with the committee do a better job than any of our words in reinforcing the violence of January 6th. We hope that the power of your footage help encourage all Americans to consider how citizens with so much in common could viciously brawl at the seat of their democratic government. Officer Edwards, thank you for your brave service, as I indicated, on January 6th, and all you did to protect us, and most importantly, our democracy. If you and your fellow officers hadn't held the line against those violent insurrectionists, we can only imagine the disaster that would have ensued. Your heroism in the face of danger is admirable, and your will to continue to protect and serve despite your serious injuries should be an inspiration to all of us. We wish you a continued recovery and look forward to seeing you back in uniform sometime soon. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for tonight's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, opening remarks, and additional questions for the witnesses. The witnesses have just told us what they heard the rioters saying while they stormed the Capitol on that day. Now we're going to hear it from the rioters themselves. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation.
What really made me want to come was the fact that, you know, I had supported Trump all that time. I did believe, you know, that the election was being stolen, and Trump asked us to come.
He personally asked for us to come to D.C. that day. And I thought, for everything he's done for us, if this is the only thing he's going to ask of me, I'll do it.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Did you recall President Trump mentioning going to the Capitol during his speech?
Oh, yeah. So that's one of my disappointments. He said he was going to go with us, that he was going to be there.
I know why I was there, and that's because he called me there, and he laid out what is happening in our government. He laid it out.
But I remember Donald Trump telling people to be there, right? I mean, to support.
So you mentioned that the president asked you. Do you remember a specific message?
Basically, yeah, he asked for us to come to D.C., that big things are going to happen.
What got me interested, he said, I have something very important to say on January 6th or something like that, is what got me interested to be there.
You know, Trump has only asked me for two things. He asked me for my vote, and he asked me to come on January 6th.
When the committee reconvenes next week, we're going to examine the lies that convinced those men and others to storm the Capitol, to try to stop the transfer of power. We're going to take a close look at the first part of Trump's attack on the rule of law, when he hit the fuse that ultimately resulted in the violence of January 6th. Without objection, and with that, the committee stands adjourned.
putting the evidence out there.
If you are able to present evidence of a crime, that's one of the things that I think would be most compelling to people.
Yes.
You want to be compelling, so.
No, we just want to tell the truth. We're just trying to get the facts out. So but there was evidence of dozens of crimes shown tonight. And there have been more than 800 prosecutions brought. So unfortunately, this is a cesspool of criminal activity that is staring America in the face. Think anything like that?
All right, man. Thanks again. I'll go back to back in here Monday.
questions or? I'm glad we put this signature. So just let me know the signature. Monday. Yes, sir. I got off tomorrow. Lucky. I know because I'll be here Saturday, Sunday. I know. Good seeing you. Right.
Thank you, guys.
Not for that. Not for this.
Yeah.
I'm okay to go 100 days?
Yeah.
200 to 600 Wednesday? You're good. I'm okay to go 100 days.
Yeah, go ahead. No, leave that here. Leave it here. We'll find it. Let's put it up here at copy.
We got a bad reputation for our polar months.
Oh, do we?
No, yesterday in the office, he said it was good.
That's cold legs.
But I think it worked okay tonight.
I haven't heard any complaints. No one's texting me, so we haven't gotten any.
I'm sure they're coming. It's always open season on top.
We still got several hours left.
Especially while it's happening. Yes, ma'am. You know Rich Martin. Yeah, he was chiming in all the time.
Monday? This is it.
Was yours the Wi-Fi sending?
I think, yeah, I was on public.
Would you, if they gave us a hard line here?
That's, yeah. Yeah, I think
what if we shared it? Yeah. Okay. If they're active, I can just. They're not. I got course. I can take them.
take a look.
All right. Cool. All right. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Appreciate it.
All right. All right.